wanted to restart the game because this opening is pretty sick before I say anything. Sick opening starting now. Ah! Oh no. Hold on. Ah! That's not what I wanted to happen. I wanted to be, hold on. It became full screen on the wrong screen. Oh well, it's c'est la vie, right? Wait a second. Okay. We'll try that again. Okay. Drag this over here. Maybe, yeah, here we go. And then... There we go. Now we get to see the cool opening. How do I... There we go. I need to stay straight ahead. So I keep my, modesty before God, right? Ooh, we love those grapes. These castles. These are some French-ass nuns. So, I know the French nuns go crazy on cheese. So I've got some brie cheese and some baguette that Dan got me. And I'm spreading the brie on the bucket. So, I've got my little, thematically appropriate snack. Fun fact, the mold for brie cheese is apparently in danger of dying out because it's like a albino mutant mold that makes the brie cheese, and it's genetically unstable. So scientists are trying to save brie cheese. This is so sick. There you go, Misericorde, Volume 1. I'm sure I still butchered that. So welcome to the Slug stream. Today I am, Sister Katie. And here we are playing Misericorde. We have a little knife. I've learned Misericorde, translates to like a little sword, and that they used to use to finish off knights in the medieval ages. Like, ooh. So probably pretty appropriate that we've got like a nun with a sword here. And I have never played this game. I don't know much about it. It just seemed really cool. I really like it, like, conceptually. So I thought, well, I might as well go full shebang. Like, be a black and white nun for this black and white game. Even though there's color in the, start screen, I've been led to believe there's not much of that, so... Yeah, this is another VN. I know it's like, wow, Katie, you play VNs on Thursdays. I can do what I want. There is, on a second.
John Madden, John Madden, John Madden.
Hey!
Football, sorry. Old TTS meme related to nothing.
Hey, that's my first ever TTS. Let's go. All right. Welcome, welcome. Let's get into it. I honestly don't know much about this game. I'm just it just seems cool. I do know that there are 2 volumes out so far. I guess it's a little like Deltarune in that they're releasing these episodically. I think volume 2 came out like the end of last year, so I don't know how long it's gonna take them to put out volume 3. Apparently they're working on it. So yeah, here we go. Misericorde volume 1. Snake. Okay. And check this out. Oh wait, you can't see. Actually, for this, I should put cursor on. Capture my cursor. Oh, it's supposed to be capturing my cursor. Then capture my cursor, dang it. It looks so cool. It looks like, hold on. Now, I'm seeing my cursor in OBS, but not on my game. What does that mean? Well, I guess I can just look at where my... Well, look at where it is on OBS. What the heck? Yeah, it looks like a little, like, cross. Isn't that cool? Wait, why isn't it working? Hold on. Misericorde, a ledge from the underside of a hinged seat in a choir stall, which, when the seat is turned up, gives support to something standing. A special room in a monastery, and then probably the knife? The story is set in a monastery in the 1400s. Characters will say, do, and believe unpleasant things. Violence, xenophobia, racism, sexism, other serious topics are part of the story. You have been warned. Ooh. It was a dreadful summer's night. Wait, why does it do that? Hold on. Something's funny with my window capture. The sun had set several hours ago, but the air was still heavy and wet. Oh! Shared chat, right. I was gonna put that in, and then I forgot. It's not gonna be black and white, though. I could put it in. Well, I've got a few issues to fix anyway. I'll be right back. Yeah. Alright. So, this is how it's gonna be a bit. So we got a little chat up there. And, something very weird is going on with window capture. So, we're trying a different kind of source. So, this should be okay. Weird. Anyway. Let me sip some water and we'll get the show back on the road. Okay. At least that gives people some more time to come in, right? Okay. The sun had set several hours ago, but the air was still heavy and wet. It's still happening? How?
What?
It's still happening. Look. Yeah, now it's fixed, but once I'm like on the other screen actively, things start going wrong. Hi, Daedalus' dad. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties.
That's very strange.
Let's try it again. Too cold to go without a shawl. Too warm to feel comfortable in one. See, it's doing it again.
Yeah, that's...
They're not French. They're English nuns. I was wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
But Twitch doesn't, wouldn't know this.
Shouldn't have...
No capture cursor? Is that the issue?
Maybe.
Such are English summers. Yeah, as soon as I click onto the other screen, that's what starts happening. The temperatures never rise above those in faraway lands, but they manage to be uncomfortable all the same. So you see the issue going on here. What about this? Oh, that makes it not show up at all. What about this? Oh, that's gotta be it, because if I do this, that doesn't show anything. But this is what's happening. Oh, do you want me to try this?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Oh no, Twitch chat's in the... Oh, it's not in the way. It's not in the way. Okay. Doing it again.
Yeah, I don't... That shouldn't be a thing. I can't think of any reason why this should be physically possible.
It's cursed! It's cursed! They knew I wasn't really Catholic, and the church cursed my stream.
Unless you need to have OBS running in admin, like... I don't...
Oh my god. I do have VFX effect on VTube Studio. There's no... That couldn't do anything,
That
could it?
shouldn't do anything. There could be an... It shouldn't have this issue.
Also, yeah, it's having the thing where I can see the cursor on OBS but not on my real screen, and yet it's still on the frozen old screen that it was on before I clicked to the active screen. Active monitor. The power of Techno Christ compels you. It's really, really screwing me over here. Oh. Display capture is supposed to capture what your display looks like, not freeze whenever you go to a different active... See, I click over to the monitor OBS is on and suddenly we can see what's going on. But then I can't advance anything in the game. Wait. What if I stop using the mouse? What if I just use keyboard?
Well, now you.
Oh, it's still not an active monitor, so it won't do anything.
Yeah.
Maybe
there's a menu in RenPy that I would use, but I don't know.
Oh, you right click.
Would be the filter.
The filter?
No.
At this point, we could start over. Help.
Looking for
Preferences is like
preferences.
what I
has
was
some
doing.
stuff, but that's not that. Trying to click on the filter, but it's not responding. Oh, it turns on and off, but it's not doing anything. It's just changing the color a little bit.
Oh no!
I think maybe we might have to just run it in windowed mode, and then be sad about it. I'm not sure. Like this is alien to me. I've had troubles with OBS not recording stuff before, but not like this.
Oh my god. Okay. We'll take another little break. So sorry, guys. Nero the cat just went after the Brie.
Oh, Brie for me.
You blame the habit. I know. I gotta break the habit. I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit. We do anything in Steam? And then it goes to the screen, but we're gonna put it in windowed mode anyway. What is display capture? So if I go back to window capture. This is looking more promising. Yeah. Working. Maybe I should drag it down. So chat can be all up there. I think it's basically will work because it's like all in black and white anyway.
Oh, weird issue.
Right? Okay. So, the OBS capture seems to behave itself if it's on windowed mode, the game is. However, this creates a gap, which I think should work in this game because it's mostly black and white. But I'm not sure if it's better to have the gap be like on the top like this, or maybe I could have it. Yeah, I'll have it in the middle like this. So it's kind of like bars, like when you're watching a movie in widescreen, right? So there you go. The stream's got gap moe. Yeah. Okay. Well, take 3. Hopefully nothing else weird happens. I gotta do the cross like they do in Catholicism. Okay. Here we go. Hey, now you can see my cool cursor and everything. Alright. Misericorde. Ledge projecting from the underside of a hinged seat in a choir stall, a special room in a monastery in which some relaxations of the monastic rule are permitted, and a small dagger used to deliver the death stroke to a wounded enemy. This story is set in a monastery in the 1400s. Characters will say, do, and believe unpleasant things. Violence, xenophobia, racism, sexism, and other serious topics are part of this story. You have been warned. It was a dreadful summer's night. The sun had set several hours ago, but the air was still heavy and wet. Too cold to go without a shawl, too warm to feel comfortable in one. Such are English summers. Their temperatures never rise above those in faraway lands, but they manage to be uncomfortable all the same. Even this stately home was not free from discomfort. Some might say, if you complained about the stuffiness within earshot, that is what makes England such a fair country. Again, like my old Final Fantasy XIV streams, as much as I would like to, I'm not confident at all in British accents, so I'm just gonna do fancy American. Even the seasonal annoyances God granted us are unique. At any rate, it was certainly too muggy to be wearing a heavy cloak. Yet a man on horseback had appeared, thick cloth drawn tightly around his shoulders and face, on the road to the estate. Yay! Okay, Rowan. He brought his horse from a gallop to a saunter as soon as he saw candlelight in the windows ahead. Coming to a stop, he tied his horse to a post and hurried to the front door of the estate to request entry. A servant called out to the man from behind the door he was pounding upon. "Go away, by God, go away! Is the master of the house home? It is absolutely imperative I speak with him." "I could not answer that even if I desired, sir. I must ask you to leave, lest I send a rider to call for the guard. I can see candlelight in his window. I know the master is home. Even if he was, this is an absolutely criminal time to be making house calls, sir." Wait a second, I need to get out of the way. Oops. You know, there's more space on the left, but they might have face sprites or something. Should I go in the forbidden left streamer spot? I can scoot over a couple more inches. Okay, let's see if that'll do for now. I must ask again, politely, for you to leave. Tell him a friend is waiting outside for him. A very good friend indeed. Sir! Whispers could be heard behind the door. The servant had been approached by someone inside the house, and they were conferring in hushed tones. After a moment, the door was unlatched and swung open to invite the cloaked man inside. The young page was standing just beyond the threshold. He looked concerned. He held a little candle in one hand that flickered in the nighttime breeze. A tall man in expensive clothes stood behind him. The candlelight illuminated his beard and hair in silver. As the cloaked man made his way inside, he pressed a coin into the page's hand. Thank you very much. Oh! Well, thank you, sir. And I must beg forgiveness for any offense I caused. I must apologize for my staff. If you had sent a letter ahead... No, it was no trouble at all. It is wise to be paranoid, especially this late. I am the one who must apologize for arriving at such an unseemly hour. Oh, this is... I'm gonna have to do the forbidden lower left streamer spot. This is a little too far. Oh! Wait, I'm a genius. Since this is a black and white game, I can just use the no inputs as a cool looking black screen. That's a little too small. Maybe I could make the... Nah, that doesn't look good.
This?
Aw, Nero the cat is being greedy.
He hasn't even finished his food. He's complaining for more. Like, it's not, oh, he ate and now he wants more food. He hasn't finished eating.
Uh-huh. Okay. This is the forbidden streamer spot. However, I think this will work. I am the one who must apologize for arriving at such an unseemly hour. But I do have something of utmost urgency to discuss. Of course. My private parlor is upstairs. Should I bring refreshments? I can... No. That will not be necessary. Off to bed with you. The servant bowed and scurried out of the foyer. The two men took to the stairs wordlessly, the tall gentleman leading the way to his parlor. The visitor followed, his face still obscured by his cloak's loose hood. Once they reached the parlor, the master of the house walked around the room lighting candles before taking a plush seat behind a large wooden desk. Now look, this is a nice stately room. He indicated for his guest to sit in the wooden chair in front of him. Instead, the man removed his disguise and sat on one of the more expensive cushioned seats littered about the room. His host eyed the man's muddy riding boots, but said nothing. Beneath the cloak, this mysterious rider was quite handsome. Oh. He had sharp features and long silken hair. He was quite a bit shorter than the master of the house, but he carried himself in such a confident manner that it did not matter. He had dressed modestly for travel, but wore a jewelry box's worth of rings on his fingers. The taller gentleman drummed his own equally ostentatious rings on the desk, inviting his visitor to speak first. I should have sent a letter. Banter for my servant's benefit. I am well aware letters would be inadvisable in our matters, as would traveling in the dead of night alone, just to speak with confidants. You haven't sent any letters, have you? Or written anything down? As I said, merely banter. I am no fool. Good. The long-haired man appeared satisfied and leaned forward in the chair with a smirk. Not that anything we had discussed is untoward. Never. 1400s accurate dark jazz, yes. But it pays to be cautious. You are quite correct. Must you agree with everything I say in this manner? As long as you say things that are agreeable, I'm afraid I have no choice. The younger man pulled his smirk even further around his thin face. To business, then. Indeed. I bring ill tidings, I am afraid. The heroic capture of Berwick early on in the proceedings aside. The Scottish campaign is going quite terribly, but the king is still alive. Not that I expected him to dare lead a siege himself. He bears no wounds aside from his pride. Were you hoping a stray arrow might catch him on horseback? I've said nothing of the sort. I would not worry. I can tell you with confidence that this excursion into Scotland has been as disastrous at home as it has been abroad. The general sentiment in the court has been somewhat mutinous. That is good news. Although sentiment means very little until it inspires action. I should not be surprised if action is taken eventually. Eventually. Sooner rather than later. That would be my honest bet. The king's habits, like the one I'm wearing, make him a plush target. I dare say nature might take its course before any one plot comes together. Plots? How very interesting. Have you caught wind of any good ones? No. But there is a wide window of opportunity for others to act. I would quite comfortably place money on the king passing in months. The younger man nodded. His wily smirk disappeared as he furrowed his brow deep in thought. We are leaving a lot up to luck. We are leaving a lot up to luck. Our hands stay clean, but I am not sure I trust chance with the future of the country. Even the most careful politicking gives way to chance. I know you must be tired of watching. Waiting. I am. You yourself said that the court is restless. How many other plans are in the middle of being concocted? Every morning as I get dressed, I wonder, who is ahead of me? Who knows something I do not? What if today is the day that someone else finds the will to act, and I lose my opportunity forever? Nobody else has the will to act. That much I do know. Perhaps there are courtiers who know something we do not. Perhaps there are plans whispered in rooms like these that are more conclusive. But there is nobody else out there with our will, your will. I would like to believe that. Irregardless, we are acting. We are observing the board while others play. When the time comes, we will know more than anyone. All the better if something else happens to catch everyone off guard. There are too many things moving of their own to attempt to control anything just yet. And if we can nudge just the right pieces in just the right direction without anyone noticing, we may very well get exactly what we want without having to do anything. The younger man nodded thoughtfully. He leaned back in the soft velvet seat and crossed his legs. In appearance, he was much more relaxed than a moment ago. However, when he spoke again, it was with surprising venom. What do you want? Why, the same as you, of course. England has a jester for a king. His mistakes must be rectified. So this is about justice for you. It is about course correction. Do you doubt me? I know you are cautious, paranoid, but you must be able to put your faith in someone, and I assure you, that is me. But what do you want? I don't understand. It's a rather simple question. It's nonsense. What do you want? I want the same thing as you do. I want to kill the bloody King of England! The younger man grinned wickedly. My God, man. You just buckled after 2 questions. But because I wish to answer you truthfully. If anyone else ever inquires, I can assure you. Oh, he's not gonna be up to, he wanted to see if he could keep quiet about this and not spill the beans to others. The visitor appeared relaxed once more and waved his hand to swat away his host's excuses. Bah! I hope you'll do better than that if anyone truly presses you. I shall endeavor to keep it a secret, as I have until now, and as I always shall. While we are on the subject of security, we know the king is poised to be acted against, but is there not a chance certain undesirable elements might be the ones to act? Are we prepared to deal with them? Lancaster loyalists? Yes. It would be a bit of a headache if they beat us to the punch, would it not? Surely those whispers haven't dissipated entirely. When's the War of the Roses? Wasn't Lancaster's like one of the sides of the War of the Roses? Was that around this time? Oh, you were thinking the same thing. It is certainly wise to keep an eye on them. Matters of succession never settle. He gestured around the room the two were conspiring in. You like it, Cece? My first costume. He gestured around the room the two were conspiring in, as we are clearly both aware. The younger man put his head in his hands and sighed theatrically. God almighty, I would have thought Scotland was enough to deal with on its own. Speaking of lineage, however, his son, that matter is being attended to, I assure you. So certain you are. I thought we were avoiding getting involved directly. We are. However, I have discovered a piece that can be nudged. We are not seated at the chess game, but we can influence the player. Yes, you've already used that one. Very well. This is nothing too grim you're referring to, I trust. Not at all. A matter of paperwork. Nothing more, nothing less. However, you mentioned security. I wanted to propose something to you. Through my various connections, I am owed many favors. And I am owed one in particular that might be useful. Should you ever need a place to lay low? Why should I need to lay low? You should never need to. But as you say, it pays to be paranoid. The master of the house took a roll of parchment out from his desk and spread it across the desk in front of him. His visitor finally arose from the plush seat and strolled over to join in. Oh, that's a map. Oh, it's England sideways. The map was messy, ugly, perhaps poorly copied. Nevertheless, both the men studied it carefully. The master of the house pointed to a spot on the map in the northern hills of England. A monastery. Oh, is this more like England's southern, like the island's southern half? A monastery. An abbey, well away from any conflict of note. It is remote, far away even from the village it serves, and sparsely attended. You would be made quite comfortable for the duration of your stay. You are owed some very odd favors. Did a lover of yours take vows? I correspond with the bishop who administers the Eucharist to the nuns there, who has connections of his own, and so on and so forth. He has sought my help in a few matters, and I in his. And it's your turn next, I take it. This is a safe place. This is as safe a place as you could possibly find. A very peaceful little community. Far away from any angry courtiers. Lancasters. Anyone, for that matter. Perhaps if you were to take, say, a holiday. A trip into the hills when Christmas comes, to sample the wine. Ah, it's that sort of abbey. One of the finest of that sort. Oh, they make some bangin' wine, those nuns over there. And while you were there, nobody could possibly blame you for anything that might happen to the king. Enough. I will consider it. Wonderful. The younger man reached into his fashionable doublet and produced a small purse, which he dropped onto the map in front of his host. This is not first services rendered. This is a gift for a friend who provides stimulating conversation. Allegedly. My thanks to you. The map was rolled up and swept back into a drawer, and a bottle was placed on the table in its stead. Now then, while I have you here, would you care for a drink? Oh, top men, By justice a king builds up the land, but he who gifts it... Ooh. So now we're in England, 1483. Oh. Hello there. You thought to come and keep me company. I am flattered, but I do not need your sympathy. Everyone gets lonely. My situation is not unique. No matter how many people they surround themselves with, no matter how sociable they are in their day-to-day, everyone has an emptiness inside them that cannot be filled. We are insatiable. To know someone is to demand more and more of them. More laughter, more nods as we pass each other in the hallway. More shoulders to cry on, more promises to keep. Once you've tasted companionship, it's impossible not to yearn for it constantly. To strip little pieces away from people, like a carrion bird. I'm better off in here, without that hunger, that temptation. I may be locked in a little cell, all by myself, but you needn't waste your time with me. Or is it that you're lonely too? And perhaps you'd like me to change the subject to something a bit less melancholy. That is a shame. I must apologize. If it's company you're after, you are stuck with me and my musings for now. There's no point in belaboring all of this. What's done is done. But I suppose I'm not going anywhere. I could pretend to be an anchoress once more, for old time's sake. You understand the duties of a proper anchoress, I'm assuming. It's more or less what we're doing right now. You have questions, and I have answers. That is all, really. I used to have more flowery opinion of the work. But that's all it boils down to. I would read scripture and copy scripture to prepare for moments like this. Reading and writing. Questions and answers. Thank God I have the answers. Questions without answers make me feel the loneliest of all. It all began about a year ago. Answering questions was my life's purpose. I sat in this room and studied scripture day in, day out, hoping that when someone came to me with a question, I'd have an answer. And let me be perfectly clear. This was a purpose, not a vocation. There's a rite of consecration and everything. That's right. Speaking to someone who was a bit like a living saint. Are you moved? Do you feel particularly rapturous? Odd? Well, please don't. I don't live that way anymore. Just because I'm stuck here again doesn't mean I get all of that back. I turned my back on my duties, all because I got caught up in a worldly mess that I had no business with. Anyway, before all that, I never left this room. I lived in here as long as I can remember. Meals delivered every day through the squint. The Eucharist performed by the visiting bishop through the squint. Laundry passed back and forth through the squint. My apologies. The hagioscope is the proper term. It's what we're talking through right now. I don't mean to be dramatic, but I always assumed I'd die in here. Why wouldn't I? I had everything I needed. Honestly, that's not a complaint. I loved my work, even if most of the questions I got were incredibly frivolous. I'd helped the other sisters win arguments. Is God really never mentioned in Esther? That kind of thing. He is not, in case you were wondering. I cherished every question I was asked. I was just happy to get them because I was, yes, lonely. I did not realize it at the time, but I was. The excitement I felt when someone arrived with a question for me was, I thought, the manifestation of my duty as an anchoress. I sent a sense of fulfillment for being theologically helpful. None is the loneliest number to ever do. That might have been part of it, but really, I was only hoping to have someone to talk to. Anyway, 9 times out of 10, the questions I asked were nothing but idle conversation. But one day... Hello? England, 1483. 1482. 2 years ago, we're going back in time. The trailer for Volume 2? Ah. So you were looking up stuff about the game? I had no idea who it was at first. I can't see through the hagioscope. It's for privacy's sake, you see. If some poor soul were to come to me with a question about his marriage, do you think it'd be fair if I could see him? If he could see me, do you think he'd be able to ask me what he really wanted to ask me? No, of course that's never happened. Who's going to walk all the way up that hill just to ask me for marital advice? The point is, I have no idea who's on the other end of this. The door on your end locks, save for the little hatch to speak and pass this and that through. You're quite muffled, by the way. Speak up! Don't worry yourself about it too much, though. There's not much to be done about the echo. In your head, this nun looks like Bayonetta. Oh, hot nun, okay. Sorry. If you were waiting for me to have some revelatory moment of recognition based on your voice, you're out of luck. Unless you tell me directly, I won't know who you are. Actually, you know what? Please don't tell me. Perhaps I'll guess later. We can make a game of it. It's safer, but dreadfully boring being back in here. For all I know, you could be here to mock me or worse. If I knew who you were for certain, I might not be telling you any of this. But you've caught me in a chatty mood, and I'm willing to throw caution to the winds. Let's just leave it at that for now and return to the story about a different visitor. Is anyone there? Yes? I apologize, that's a rather silly question, isn't it? No, not at all. I could have been sleeping. I suppose that is true. You'd still be there, though, if that were the case. Oh my, very philosophical. Someone came prepared, didn't she? Yes, I was a little more chipper back then. Philosophical. Now there's a word I wouldn't have expected from you. Unless... you wouldn't happen to have some Aquinas on your shelf, would you? I do indeed. A fair bit, actually. My condolences. What's it like in there? What do you mean? In your cell, what's it like? Well, it's nice, I think. You think? Well, I don't have much of a point of comparison, if that makes sense. You have books. That's an understatement. I have lots and lots of books. And you've read all of them. Many times, yes. So you have lots to compare your experience to, surely. There are lots of nice places and books. Well, I suppose that's true. I've never really thought about it that way. The nice places and texts I tend to read. Add a cat and you'd like this room with all the books. What if you couldn't, and yeah, you can't leave, and you've just got a little window and a little thingy through which to pass things and talk to people. The nice places and the texts I tend to read. Religious texts. Christian scripture, yes. Aquinas has a lot to say about architecture, but I can't blame you for not finding his descriptions particularly gripping. The cat is actually there, you just can't see it. Notter's true. No people, I get free food, don't have to do my own laundry. There are plenty of nice places in the Bible I can think of, though. Cities and palaces and so on. Nice to look at, certainly. Physically comfortable, but spiritually less so. You're telling me you wouldn't have liked to have seen, I don't know, King Solomon's palace? Definitely not. It sounds beautiful, but it was built on sin after sin. In Kings 11:4. Vanity of vanities, I know. Oh, sorry. I assumed you weren't one of the sisters if you were asking questions about visiting Solomon's palace. This was unlike any conversation I'd ever had previously. It was so casual, yet so exhaustive. Or to put it another way, the words themselves weren't detailed, but it was a conversation only people enamored with little details could have. Relaxed, but practiced. After a while, she thanked me and left. Then she started showing up regularly. I don't remember every last thing we talked about. Usually she would ask one or two questions and things tumbled forwards from that point. We would chat about scriptural specifics, argue lightly over minor interpretations of the Bible, and even talk about the finer points of translating Hebrew and Greek into Latin. It was the first time I had ever felt challenged by a visitor. My Greek is terrible and my Hebrew is non-existent, I must admit. We didn't always agree, in fact. I'd hazard a guess that we mostly didn't, but it never felt contentious. We were like expert swordsmen having a rigorous sparring sessions, just like in Umineko. In fact, I did bring that up once or twice. Isn't it funny that the Bible refers to so many soldiers as comely? Why is that funny? I'll have to look that up. I think you told me about this guy once. Why is that funny? Well, you know, a man wrote it. He's like, wow, that's pretty gay, guy who wrote the Bible. Oh, I don't know what you're implying. Yes, you do? And I don't think that's appropriate. What isn't appropriate? Ooh, have fun. No, really. All I'm saying is that it's nice of Samuel to call soldiers comely. Oh, really? You are terrible. It's simply a descriptive embellishment for the reader. No, it isn't. Not a single error, not a single lie. That's not really a lie, though, is it? It puts a picture in your mind. The soldier is attractive. And 7th inning stretch, oh, feels like we're baseballing up in here. Doesn't something immediately spring into your head? Something does, that's for certain. Oh, miss question marks. Oh, stop! Do you imagine handsome soldiers very often? You sound experienced. This is... This is what? Anyway, it might not have been Samuel. That's true, it could have been Nathan... or Cat. Do you think one of them snuck into this house? Do you think one of them snuck into his house and added comely to some of the descriptions while Samuel was sleeping? Some kind of prank? Some prank? That would get someone killed. We're just having some fun. Does that seem right to you, though? No. I feel horrible having joked about it, to tell you the truth. I'm all on edge. No, I mean, does it seem right that a man would probably be stoned to death for, let's suppose, calling another man handsome? Well, that's just not true. Samuel wrote it and wasn't stoned for it. Oh, getting him there. Samuel gets away with it because it's scripture. People hear it and go, ah, well, the Bible is inerrant, so the soldier was handsome. If two Israelite soldiers met and one said, my, you're handsome, he'd certainly get a slap across the face. He'd certainly get a slap across the face. Wait. Oh wait, yeah, she interrupted her. He'd certainly get a slap across the face. Is that what you'd do? To a man who called me comely? To a woman? Oh! If anyone called me comely, I'd likely just be confused. Oh, come now, don't give me that. Self-deprecating humor gives me the shivers. It's the coward's way of asking for praise. No, I just am not very attractive. So if someone called me comely, I'd know they were a liar. I do wish you could see me rolling my eyes right now. You'll get nothing from me behaving like this. I had no idea what her game was. These weren't theological questions. Honestly, the questions didn't seem to mean much of anything at all. She'd ask them, and by the time it was time for her to leave, would have charted a course around every possible discussion, except one that answered the original inquiry. I didn't mind, but I didn't understand either. I still don't. How long have you been stuck in there? As long as I can remember. I don't think I'm stuck, though. I serve the Lord in solitude. It's as fulfilling as it is necessary. Have you ever left? I should think not. Never? Absolutely not. Well, I thought you might leave for meals occasionally. Not at all. My meals are given to me through that little door you're behind. Communion as well when the bishop comes around. How do you use the privy? How do you shit, woman? I have a chamber pot. It gets taken away when my meals are delivered. Goodness me. Must be rather small to fit through here. And let me get this straight. You swap your... Do not talk about this. And someone has to carry it all the way to the privy to dump it out. Be gone! I don't want to think about it. You know, I was feeling quite sorry for you and your hermetic lifestyle, but you get to read and write all day, and your meals are delivered to you. How else would I live? And your waste collected. Why, you're practically weighted on hand and foot, my liege. I am not! You know, sometimes I just chuck it all out of my window. Besides, I didn't ask for this life. It's a responsibility. Ah, they all say that. Noblesse oblige and so on. 'Tis ours, the dignity they give to grace. Ah, I'm drawing a blank on that one. Oh, it's not a Bible verse. It's the Iliad. I'm not familiar. The Iliad, that's not the Bible. Goodness, they didn't even give you any fun books. I bristled at that one. Scripture was fun. Nothing that doesn't serve my earthly purpose, no. That's no way to go through life, even as a woman of God. What good is scripture if you can't apply it to anything else in life? Studying the Bible is my life. I could sense the strain in her voice at this point. If you'll excuse this wretch a moment of self-pity, I am more than aware of how difficult I was to be around. Not that that's changed. That's all well and good, but you've got an awfully narrow view of the world from that cell. Do you have a window? To the outside, I mean. Of course! Would the Iliad be considered a religious text due to the appearance of several deities and the assertion that these events are factual in nature? We'd have to ask Homer. Maybe to the Greeks it was, but not to the Christians, right? Sorry, I'm having a little brie and baguette. I gotta go dig up Homer. I thought these were French nuns, so I got a baguette and some brie. Cheese. So those French nuns make a hell of a cheese. What about it? Well, like, even the title of the game is French. I was making assumptions. I think they make wine at least at this monastery, so maybe they make cheese. We'll have to see. All right, drink of water. Of course. That's good, at least. Have you ever seen the sun? I just told you I have a window. I see lots of sunlight. No. I mean the sun itself. In the sky. I am... In the sky. Have you seen it? In the sky. I am awful with directions. Does your window face east? Or west? You'd see the sun one way or the other if it did. No. I haven't. Well. Don't worry. One day you will. What's that supposed to mean? What do you do for fun? Well, unless that's private. Talking with you is fun. That's very nice to hear. I think this might be the only time I ever knocked her off balance. Talking with you is fun. Oh, and now she's like blushing. I couldn't hear it. I could hear it in her voice, even though it was muffled by wood and echoed through stone. Her commanding tone softened, and her voice grew thinner. Have you ever read any plays? Plays? No. I've only read about amphitheaters in passing. But you understand the concept, surely. It's very Roman. Greek, but yes. People dressing up and performing. I'm not sure how to feel about it. It feels a little dangerous. Spiritually, I mean. Well, if it makes you feel any better. A lot of plays since ancient Greek times have been about the Bible. That's nice, I suppose. Oh, careful. Don't let His Holiness Innocent the Third hear you say that. Is that bad? What did you just trick me into saying? I wouldn't worry about it. He's been dead for 300 years. I'm sure Sixtus won't mind. He's much kinder to the theater. That wasn't funny. It's like you're goading me into blaspheming. I'm sorry, I sort of assumed you would know who the Pope is. I receive very little news in here. If it isn't a matter of complete catastrophe, I probably won't hear about it. As long as the Pope is the Pope and the nation is still part of the Church, news is not exactly material to me. Wait. Henry VIII is in the next century, right? He's not around yet, is he? What nation are we in? England? Do you know what year it is? 1482. Well, there you go, Rowan. Blast for me, blast for you, blast for everybody in the room. Oh my god, 10 years prior to Columbus sailing the ocean blue. Yeah, unfortunately. But, when does Henry VIII be like, F the Catholic Church? He wasn't even born yet, okay. Long way to go, okay. Come now, what do you take me for? What month is it? Oh dear. I mean, that's not too relevant to me. Mostly I just look outside to tell what season it is. I get a special meal on Christmas. He took the throne in 1509. When he was 18. Oh, okay. Oh yeah? What's your special meal on Christmas? That much I know. That much I know. I brought it to you last year. How often have you visited me now? I'll never tell. Have it your way. What month is it though? October. Samhain to be specific. Ooh, it's Halloween, guys! Samhain to be specific. Woo! Oh, stop! Has anyone ever pulled any mischief night pranks on you? Mercifully not to my knowledge. I get plenty of mischief from you, though. Fair play. Listen. I need to move on, but I'll bring you a play to read next time. Oh no, that was too scary. I know, right? I know just the one. I know I can trust you with handling a book with care, at the very least. All right. I'd like that, I think. Can I ask you something? Of course. Would it be all right if I opened this? The squint? No. I'm really sorry. Is that another rule? It is, but I earnestly cannot. It locks from that side. I can't open it myself. It needs the key. Of all the luck. I should have thought of that last Christmas. And really, I'm not meant to look through. Of course. You're a very good rule follower, too. Then again, if you were to bring me a book, I suppose you'd have to open it, wouldn't you? And I wouldn't be able to do much about it if you saw me taking the book, would I? That is true. That sounds like a good idea to me in that case. All right then. Promise you'll read it. Yeah? Of course. Lovely. I can't wait to discuss it with you. That's the important part of reading, scripture included. Don't ever forget that. We learned that in Umineko too. I'll try not to. There's a good girl. Anyway, goodbye for now. I'm late for Vespers. Goodbye! She never did bring me that play. No! Are you kidding me? It's not her fault, I suppose. Ask and anchored. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. We got interesting achievements. When I went to sleep that night, all I could hear was an incessant scratching. I should have known then that the devil wanted me. He had been trying to claw his way into my cell my whole life. An elaborate plan to get to me was taking shape. Scratch, scratch. It echoed down the hall and throughout my cell for what seemed like hours. Shaving away at the walls. Breaking down the barrier that kept me safe here for God knows how many years. Inside my head, I dreamed that I was trapped in a small box, pounding and beating against the lid. Ooh, creepy. I see some habits. I should have known. I should have known. I should have known. Every sign pointed to something being wrong. That nagging feeling in your gut when you can tell something is amiss. You should listen to it. Every time I've acted against it, I've regretted the decision. For example, usually the food I received in here was actually quite nice. I even looked forward to the fish. But once I received some fish on a Sunday that smelled terrible. I was so hungry, but I ate it anyway. Oh no. Oh no. I was sick for days, naturally. Do you understand? This is how my life works. I jump in without thought when a moment's hesitation would save me. Like some of the other nuns might have said once upon a time. I never think more than a move ahead. I would suck at Umineko. Like a stubborn child, I will succumb to every whim, every fleeting desire. I read so much scripture. I lived a blessed life. I knew better. And if I could do it, if I could fall so easily without another soul in that cell, naught but stone and paper at my fingertips, what could I do if I was set loose on the wider world? For the next few weeks, I was alone again. I must admit, it stung just a bit. I really was looking forward to reading that play, despite my better judgment. I dutifully continued my work in the meantime. Brushing up on scripture, transcribing scripture, and quoting scripture to the odd visitor. I had a few inquiries, but for once I could immediately tell that they weren't who I was waiting for. I'm not sure who they were, nor did I particularly care. I just knew they weren't her. Scratching continued. My dreams became more and more desperate. Sometimes I broke through the woods surrounding me, but whenever I did, my mouth would fill with cloth. Huh? I would wake up choking. Oh, in your dream. Oh, yes, I mentioned transcription. That was the other half of my work. As well as being a font of wisdom, I helped spread the gospel through writing. I'd copy page after page, book after book. I even did the illumination. Ooh, cool. Let's go, artistic girly. Yes! Illuminated manuscript. I'm gonna take a little bite of cheese. Let's go, girl. Yeah, the fucked up illuminations. Look at the proportions on these bad boys. You can say the F word, just not excessively. Unless you don't wish to anger the Lord. Since I am a slug of God today. This guy's flipping my pancakes. That's pretty funny, though. Oh, peace be with you, Slister Slug Sister. I love that. Ah, thank you. Okay. I must admit, that was my favorite part. I wasn't particularly good at it, but I was proud of it. Y'all. I'm proud of you for your little funny illustrations. Sometimes I'd imagine someone opening a book and being moved by the words, but the illumination... That gold leaf I carefully placed. The first time in your life you ever saw a real nun in person was in Korea, of all places, at a campus club fair at SNU. You were in, like, Protestant Central, weren't you, growing up? Oh, no. That gold leaf I carefully placed. Really inspiring them. Only one Catholic church in the entire Tri-City area. That's crazy. No nuns, of course. Wow. Pride. Stupid. Stupid. I know it's a sin, but I think you're okay for being proud of your little drawings. I mean, you're locked in a box. You can't even go walk around. I think that's okay. I think God will forgive you. Anyway, these books would pile up in my cell until they were collected at the turn of every season by the visiting bishop. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think it wasn't even paper. I think she was probably mostly writing on parchment, which is animal skins. Like, even more expensive. Yeah, yeah. Even vellum isn't something you can waste willy-nilly. Yeah, exactly. Because it's animal skin. When I heard a knock on the door, I assumed it was him. Ah! You're early! I'm not yet finished with Matthew. This is your superior. I'm not here to collect your books. Oh! Oh, okay. I very rarely heard from the superior. She would, on rare occasions, deliver important news. I remember her coming to tell me about a war in Spain I couldn't possibly wrap my head around. Now that I think about it, I vaguely remember her informing me that His Holiness Sixtus IV had been confirmed. Stupid. If only I'd remembered that when she was at my window. I need your help with a sensitive matter. Aha! Well, that's why I'm here! May I come in? No, that's not allowed. I was worried it might come to this. I understand under normal circumstances that would be the case, but I am the superior. Nobody can rightfully unseal this cell but the bishop who performed my rites. Oh, this is a little spooky. What's going on? Talked about vellum versus parchment. Oh, welcome back with Meatloaf. Things are getting a little spooky. Versus parchment in your history of English class and how the price difference creates a clear class divide in texts. I mean, vellum is like the step before parchment, right? They're similar. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a big hole in it. The other reason why there's a big hole in it often is because when they stretch the skin, if there was any sort of little nick or cut, like maybe the animal had like a cut in life, or maybe when it was being skinned, you know, there was a little nick with the knife or something. The little imperfections would be way stretched out when the skin would be stretched out. And that would create holes. Some people did illuminated manuscripts. They'd kind of like draw stuff around the holes, kind of work with it, you know? Or write the letters around the holes. Oh, that's what you were saying. Oh, I didn't read the rest of your text. You were saying the same thing. Yeah, isn't that cute? Yeah, in creative ways. Yeah, we were individually bringing up the same fact. Yeah, I want to see the examples. Yeah, I took a whole class in college at the library about like the history of bookbinding and books and stuff, and learned all about parchment stuff. It was cool. Okay, so something funny is going on here. Nobody can rightfully unseal this cell but the bishop who performed my rites. He won't be here for several weeks at least. And I doubt very much that he'd let you in here. But even if he did, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. Well, no, because you haven't said anything. I don't think you understand. There are rites. This is a tomb. I am dead to the outside world, a vessel for purest prayer, and a woman has been murdered. My stomach dropped. Uh-oh. I made the connection immediately. It couldn't have been murdered. No, not the cool lesbian. She got killed? Oh no. Oh snap. It couldn't have been murdered. Her? The rest of this conversation, through gritted teeth and hurried whispers, continued through gritted teeth and hurried whispers. Murder! Under my protection, in these very halls. Who killed her? A stable boy from the nearby village has been blamed. He's currently being held in the hospitalum on suspicion of the act, and will be dealt with accordingly when the time comes. Good, so why do you need my help? Why do you need to open this door? I'm happy to offer any spiritual counsel you require, but if the bishop were to arrive and I had no answer as to why a sister is dead... But you do have an answer. You just said so yourself. No! Mother Superior, do not... Clack, clack. I felt helpless. Dumbfounded. The door swung outward, and I looked upon the first human being I'd seen up close in. God only knows how long. Perhaps 2 decades. The first close-up human being in 20 years. Oh, she's kind of... She's got that aura, though. I had plenty of illustrations of men and women in my illuminated tomes. I'd seen glimpses of hands passing through the squint. I'd occasionally noticed what I thought were people walking around the hills I could see from my window. But now there was a full person in front of me, draped in black. She looked weathered, and even though I hadn't gazed upon another face in years and years, I immediately recognized the expression she wore. A deep, gnawing concern. I was too angry to care, however. You! I am sorry. This is unacceptable. You violated a sacred rite. It brings me no pleasure to do so, believe me. But it is vitally important that you leave this cell. At this point, I'd already backed myself up against the far wall, as far away from the door as possible. Stop crying, please. And step away from the window. It was hard to speak through my own ugly sobbing. The superior gently closed the door behind her, as if that would make me feel any better. What'd they do if there's a fire? I guess she dies. She said it's a tomb and she's dead to the world. Any sense of comfort had gone rushing out of the threshold as soon as the seal was broken. She sat on the bed and beckoned for me to do the same. I refused. As you said, I do have an answer for the bishop whenever he arrives. But I'm not certain it's the right one. You're not? The young man was indeed found sneaking around the convent the morning the body was discovered. And he had no compelling excuse as to why that would be. But something just doesn't feel right. Everyone agrees it was him. You're not making any sense. Everyone agrees it was him, so that's just it. That's a little odd, don't you think? Every last sister here immediately in agreement that a stable hand, a complete outsider, was responsible. A little convenient, no? Hard to burn stone, though I suppose the smoke would do the job. Ooh, yeah, she'd be effed if there was smoke. I'm earnestly not sure what you're suggesting. Wooden supports, yeah. Why would they lie? What reason would you have not to trust them? And then she laughed. A single, bitter, hollow wheeze of a laugh. She's like, psh, you haven't been out of this room. These bitches are snakes, you know? Your being kept in here has made you more naive than I thought. You will learn, I suppose. Even during the Spanish Inquisition, being burned at the stake involved dying of carbon dioxide long before the fire actually touches you. Oh boy. I very much doubt that. If you think I'm about to throw away a life's work, I very much doubt that. If you think I'm about to throw away a life's work, your sealed cell is exactly why I need your help. You are now the single person I can completely trust in this abbey. Every other sister, more or less, has had free run of the place except for you. I need you to join the congregation. to investigate my hunch that something is amiss. You're asking me to spy on people? How dare you? How dare you break into my cell and demand this of me? I won't have it. Please. Can you not feel it? There is something wrong in this place. Very wrong. Deep in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Tamp it down for so long. And now this. Someone's died. My child. There's mold in here. I should have done more to protect her. I could have watched closer. I could have not given up whenever I felt that creeping dread. There is something dark at work here. And I have worked too long and too hard to let a mystery like this bury my Abby's reputation for good. This is my penance. You can help me right a grievous wrong. I don't want to send a potentially innocent young man to die. Catherine wouldn't have wanted that. Catherine. That was her name then. Oh, the lady she was talking to that whole time was named Catherine. We tried to paint over it, but that turns out it doesn't work out. Hashtag blame Satan. I should have spritzed bleach on it, but I used all the bleach getting stains out of our habits. That was her name then. The woman who had come to talk to me so many times. Catherine. It felt like I had learned the shape of the thing that had shattered, and all of a sudden I felt obligated to help put it back together. We can't even use this mold to make cheese. Alright. The wrong strain. We tried eating it, but it wasn't even tasty. She had been deep in thought as I chewed things over. I said, all right. Chris would still eat it. Chris Deltarune would eat it. Mold, not too far off from sacred moss, right? I said, all right. I will help. Good. That's why Chris is like that? From the mold in their brain? No! Good, good. Tomorrow you'll join the regular congregation. She gets to go out! I will make sure the other sisters bring you up to speed on the proceedings so you can become one of them as soon as possible. I'm sure I don't need to emphasize this, but just to be clear. Deltarune ends when Chris wakes up in the hospital. It turns out they had a normal family and none of the stuff happened except Spamton is there. Oh my god. You are not to let on what it is you are doing. Won't it be obvious? I waited some time before coming here for that precise reason. But if anyone asks, you are our new chronicler. That's right, nobody knows what she looks like either. Chronicler! Yes. That was Catherine's position before, well. And you are clearly a skilled copyist. Chris, you're finally awake. I've told the sisters that you are a perfect fit for the position, and everyone seems amenable. We won't have to spend months upon months hoping a new oblate will be qualified and want the role. And none of the others wanted to be the new chronicler? No. They did not. She stood up and strode towards the door, keys in hand. Tomorrow, then, I'll send Catherine to escort you to the morning service. But a small flicker of realization played over her face, and she offered a weak smile. Master keys, uh-oh. With a K. Catherine with a K! Like in Catherine the game! The Catherine we lost was with a C. Ah! Wait. Wait, she's also gonna be named Catherine? Or... She stood on the threshold, her apologetic smile wavering. Well, tomorrow. Well! Well, well, well. All I could do was cry. They all just chose to break the rights instead of doing it themselves. Damn. Well, she thinks they might, like, the other sisters might be conspiring. All I could do was cry. I had been locked in here for my whole life, and now I was being told to leave my legacy behind. I had been comfortable here, happy with humble servitude. Dead to the world, but never to myself. Peacefully unaware of anything outside the walls of my cell. I had no need to care about trivial, fleeting matters. My life was God's. I was angry at the superior for breaking down the barrier and tainting my meticulously organized little world. But I was angrier at whoever had taken those conversations from me. Whoever had taken that play from me. So that's what I chose to focus on. How I chose to interpret events. Stupid. Interpretation was never how I was taught to process scripture. But I ignored the fact that the superior was the one who had stepped through the door in lieu of the desire to seek some nebulous form of justice. It was a Franciscan infiltrator. Oh, we gotta flush him out. It sounds like it, since she has, like, no memories of the before times, so that would follow. Having some more nun cheese. Hold on. She's gonna be like, this is all bullshit. Here's 99 reasons why. She's gonna go Martin Luther on him. I took my evening meal from the squint without a word. My head felt like it had been filled with smoke. Oh no, that's the fire, girl. You're toast. I'm just kidding. My eyes watered at the sensation. Yeah, that's the fire. And I became more aware of my palms than I'd ever been before. I couldn't keep from wiping them against my thigh incessantly, fidgeting before each page turn as I struggled to find some piece of comfort in one of my books. She's toasting. I couldn't find one. Pathetic, wasn't I? 20-some-odd years spent reading scripture to the point where I could feasibly recite it without even glancing at the page. But nothing leapt out at me as I flipped through the tomes. The words barely registered as words. Many people hold a passage or particular psalm to heart. I myself did not. I had been so immersed in the Bible for so long, it was difficult to single out any one piece of text that truly spoke to me at this moment. Usually I would chalk this up to the essence of my position. I had no need for a favorite passage when my life was devoted to all passages. I'd simply never held any one piece of wisdom in higher esteem than any other. A holistic way to think about the book, until I found myself in need. I tried searching for meaning in the text I had been copying before the superior barged in. But the letters might as well have been Greek. I felt sick to my stomach, and racked with worries, guilt, and rage. I didn't want to feel anymore. So I tore off my clothes and rolled onto my straw mattress and closed my eyes as tight as I could. Thank you. Uh-oh. Thank you, Stretch. Hi, Tess! Something creepy is happening with these nuns. I mean, hear this creepy music.
Oh my god!
How are you? Thanks for the stretch prompt. Okay. Well, the drum's going crazy. They're doing that Powerpuff Girls drum beat. Thank you. What happens in Ezekiel 23:3? Oh, what? That we nun? I'm a nun today? You ain't telling? Okay. I woke up rasping for it. Oh! Hey! I'm glad, I hope D&D's going well. Sounds like a few people have tabletop going on today. I hope you're having fun. We're, there's been a murder at the convent in the 1400s monastery. And, I'm gonna be the little nun detective. A murder! Gasp! Yes. But, she had been, like, shut in a room copying scripture her whole life. And she was happy with it. But the Mother Superior was like, out, out, out. I need you to be my little detective. And now she's like, ah, having a crisis. I woke up rasping for air through sloshing liquid. Instinctively rolling onto my side. I splattered dark bile in a streak across the mattress and onto the floor. I could feel more coming and scrambled to my hands and knees, launching myself out of bed like a wild dog. I tried standing, but couldn't. I heaved more of the vile liquid onto the stone floor with a horrible gurgle. Weakly, I pulled myself up using the chair that served the writing desk across from the bed. But not before retching again. Streaks of bile flew across the copy of Matthew I'd been transcribing, still open on the reading desk. Oh no! I groaned and launched myself from the chair towards the window, hoping to be able to get the rest of the foul substance I could still feel bubbling in my throat outside. Skip these nasty details? No, I don't think so. I spent years listening to everything others had to say, and I must admit I'm very much enjoying having someone listen to me. You'll permit me this relatively small indulgence. Besides, I lived it, and you're just hearing the story. I'm sure you can manage. I flung open the wooden window cover, just in time to heave the last of that toxic bile into the dusk. Indulgence, you say? I leaned my head out for a few moments. I could hear the faint splash of the stuff as it hit the grass below. I panted for a bit, attempting to regain my composure. Eventually, I was able to stop wheezing and breathe somewhat normally. You're familiar with the concept of humors, yes? Oh yes, her black bile just came out! The 4 elements reside in our bodies, manifested as various fluids. Oh, don't sound so incredulous. I learned a little bit about the world before I took the oath to be an anchoress. The 4 humors are elements that make up our earthly selves. The balance is very delicate, as I understand. So delicate that practically nobody is perfectly balanced. Blood is one of the humors, and determines our sanguinity. Yellow bile is a little nasty. People with a lot of yellow in their system are short-tempered, aggressive. Some would say confident, but I'd say a little cruel. There's phlegm, too. It naturally generates in old age, but many younger people have an excess of it as well. You can tell because they're wise, calm, and reserved. I wouldn't mind having an excess of phlegm, honestly. As funny as the word is to say, sadly, I'm full of black bile instead. Does that surprise you? I'm joking. Of course it wouldn't surprise you. Black bile determines how melancholic you are. That night, after a whirlwind of horrible news and negative thoughts, I simply overloaded with black bile. My poor little body couldn't handle it, and it had to expel some. I suppose I've always had quite a bit of black bile now that I think of it. My hair is black, which is a common sign that someone is full of the stuff. I'd never felt particularly melancholy until that night, however. Being shut away from my worldly influences had spared me from ever allowing my humoric balance to color my emotions. There was no going back after that, sadly. Anyway, shakily I managed to stand up straight again. I hobbled back over to the bed and rummaged around underneath it to find the brush I had been given years ago, to clean up the occasional ink spill or dropped supper plate, along with the small pail I had for washing. I would have to make do for scrubbing up the horrid mess I'd made. The cell had its own faucet, mercifully, which dribbled lukewarm water into the bucket I held with trembling hands. It took far longer than I had hoped to erase any trace of the bile from the flagstone. By the time I finished, my knees and back ached. I should have at least rolled up my habit to provide some cushion for my knees, but I wasn't thinking straight. I was in so much dull pain by the time I stood up, noticing that the dirtied book sitting on the writing desk was just not something I could handle. I'm not proud to admit that I practically tore the damn thing from its plinth and stomped over to the window, still nude as anything, to hurl into the night sky. I must have looked like some crazed Olympian discus thrower. You go, girl. I regretted it instantly. Not only was it a childish thing to do, but I swear I saw someone looking up at me. Uh-oh! I scurried away from the window as fast as I could. I flung myself into bed. With my face buried in my pillow, I scrunched my eyes closed. I could feel what felt like a spike being driven through my head, and I was painfully aware of every bone in my body. I ached, I wailed, and I despaired, and then finally, sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling worse than if I hadn't slept at all. The aches may have subsided somewhat, but pain that had afflicted my head had merely reduced to a low-level buzz that made every thought take twice as long to finish. I meekly slid out of bed and attempted to wash myself with water from the bucket, although I had wasted most of it scrubbing up the bile the previous night. I went to toss the excess out the window so I could ask for it to be refilled later. I could still see my copy of Matthew on the ground beneath the window, an embarrassing reminder of last night's behavior. Halfway through tossing the water out, I remembered the horrible apparition I'd seen outside the night before. That woke me up. Oh, the little spooky eyes! Ah! I turned away from the window as quickly as I had the night before, even though there was nothing to see out there in the light of day. I simply didn't want to think about it anymore. Nervously, I slipped on my habit, clipped on my wimple, put on my cowl. Superior had told me that somebody... What do you mean? What little guy was having trouble with Twitch? The superior had told me that somebody... Oh, I see it now. Oh. Oh man, Twitch, come on. It's just a little guy. The superior told me that somebody, Catherine with a K, would come to collect me before the morning service. Morning service. Ah! I'd forgotten matins. Are you decent in there? No. Yes! Oh, right, she just got dressed. Good, good. Just a moment. God, which key was it? Not a master key. Well, look at you. Oh, Catherine's got that beauty mark. She immediately reached out and yanked on my cowl, adjusting it to suit her liking. You look awful. This won't do. Superior would have my head. Sassy hips, yeah. I looked up at her, bewildered. Sorry. Poor taste. She licked her thumb before pressing it against my forehead and tucking an unruly cowlick under my wimple. I bristled instinctively and pulled away. I was not particularly pleased that my first physical contact in over 20 years with somebody going like licking their finger and doing that was this woman rubbing a wet digit across my temple. Hey! I'm just trying to make you presentable. For heaven's sake, I was busy all night and still managed to look my best today. She grabbed my cheeks and peered into my eyes, looking simultaneously deep in thought and maddeningly aloof. Was she beheaded? Hold on. Would have your head... Oh, God. That would be effed up. No, she was so cool. After hmming and hawing for a moment, she licked another finger and tucked in the rest of the hair sticking out from my wimple quite rudely. Then, after squeezing and stretching my cheeks a little, she gave them a little light, frosty slap. Apparently satisfied, she clapped me on the shoulders and patted down my robe to straighten it. That'll have to do. We're going to have to work on your face, though. It's absolutely colorless. You hit me! It gets the blood flowing, my dear! I knew you were going to be a mess, but I wasn't expecting things to be this bad. This was bewildering. You're Catherine, right? The one and only! Now that the other Catherine's dead. And your name is... Hedwig. We now know her name. It's Hedwig. Hedwig. Adorable. Now let's get along. The last thing I need is a talking to from the superior. She took a moment to admire her handiwork, eyeing me up and down. Where else would a wig go? So true. And with that, she turned on her heel and began to stride down the hallway. I couldn't follow her. I had never left this cell. I stood upon the threshold. I felt as though I were rocking back and forth on the deck of a ship. I closed my eyes for a moment, perhaps hoping that I'd open them and be back to where I was just a few weeks ago. Sheltered, sealed, and content. Are you coming? I savored a few precious last seconds. Yes. Hedwig, we got her name now. I'm ready now. Has she been on a ship? Maybe that's just how she imagined being on a ship would be like. Off we go then. Misericorde! Oh! Ooh! Linbarrow Abbey, upstairs hall. Okay, okay. We're gaming. I'd never seen the hallway outside my cell before. It was quite long, and Catherine was walking briskly towards the end. We have a way to go yet, I'm afraid. A right here, if you'd please. We passed a set of windows with a little statue of the Madonna and Child nestled between them. We took another turn after that. Her beauty mark migrated? Wait, I gotta check her next time. We took another turn after that, into a hall equally as long as the one my cell was located in. I caught the briefest glimpse of the cloister out of the window. Up ahead are the dorms where the rest of us live. And the Misericorde on the right, just for those. Then the door next to that is the library. Oh, left at the stairs just before the dorms. There's a good girl. Oh, my God. I puffed up a little. I don't know, it still looks like it's in the right spot. Unless it was a different sprite just now. I know how to use stairs, thank you very much. And stop cursing, that's thrice now I've counted. Go on then, after you. I gingerly put one of my first step down. They probably just flipped the sprite. Ah, I see. The first step down. Very good. See? One more. I began to descend the staircase very slowly. I instinctively held my hands out for balance until I felt Catherine firmly gripping them and planting them to my sides. You just walk down them normally. No! This really is precious. I'll race you to the bottom. But she had already casually strolled down to the landing. She pointed to the staircase that descended the other way as I wobbled my way down to her. Oh. There's more this way, just so you know. You are being perfectly horrible. Aren't I just? Hurry up, you've got places to be and people to meet. We came to a foyer with a door leading out into the cloister. The sunlight creeping in was simultaneously daunting and enticing. It's a good thing we don't get much heat here. Your skin looks like it might cook in the sun. She ushered me through the door, not allowing me the same moment I had taken leaving the threshold of my cell. Get out through the door. Bop, bop, pew. The cloister was a rectangle of grass surrounded by stone arches. Passages ran around the grass, each leading to a part of the convent I hadn't been to yet. The sun glinted off what appeared to be a metal crucifix in the middle of the lawn. Although, do you happen to know if this abbey is built according to St. Gal's plan? I'm just curious about how this place is laid out. What, pray tell, is St. Gal's plan? You know, the standard layout for abbeys. I thought all Benedictine monasteries followed it. They might. I wouldn't know. And well, I thought that door would be taking us out into the east, but we're facing south. How on earth do you know that? Have you got a compass hidden somewhere in your frock? Do I? No, it's easy. The sun rises in the east, so that's over there. I pointed left where I could see the sun's rays creeping over the walls of the cloister. I wasn't aware you'd ever seen the sun rise. So ahead of us from this door would be south. Normally the chapel would be in the northern half of the monastery. Or rather, the tower would face north. And the oblates would live in the southwest. Goodness! You must have had some very interesting books to read in that cell of yours. Of course! This abbey could have just been built around a Roman plan. Of course this abbey could have just been built around a Roman plan. That would follow, considering we're Catholics. I ignored this. Fascinating. Fascinating. I'm sure it is to someone. Catherine, yeah, her sprites flipped. Catherine looked at me, clearly amused by my interest in the layout of the building. I felt as though I had made a fool of myself despite correctly observing something. That was a first. I didn't have much of a chance to feel sorry for myself because I was scared witless by a voice right behind me. As far as I know, the building was supposed to follow the plan of St. Gall, but the builders got a little turned around in a storm. I could have jumped all the way out of my habit then and there. I wheeled around with a yelp. Sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Sister Margaret. I take it you're the anchoress everyone's been whispering about. That's her! Yes, my name's Hedwig. And, well, not anymore. I mean, my name is still Hedwig, but I'm not an anchoress anymore. Obviously. Isn't she precious? It's nice to meet you. Which one are you gonna romance? I don't... I heard there's, stuff that happens, but I have no idea if there's any choice in the matter. A word of advice. You can still go back to your cell. We can tell the soup you weren't feeling well. The superior, the soup. How did she... Oh no, I feel fine. Why would I... Margaret turned her gaze to Catherine, as if to deliver some long-anticipated bad news. She's fixed the portative. Oh, has she now? God, maybe I'll tell her I'm sick today. Stop! Cursing! And, what's a portative? Margaret made a little wiggling gesture with her fingers. A little organ. Which means we'll be singing. More to the point, it means the superior will be singing. Oh, like a portable pipe organ. Okay. I should quite like to hear some liturgical songs, actually. Liturgical, that's a word for it. It'll certainly make you think about God. It'll make you pray for him to smite the damned organ, that's certain. Is that what we're going with? I didn't think we'd decided. We can get our stories straight later, then. Her words belied a mischievous sense of humor I would never have expected given her stoic expression. Just as soon as I thought this, however, a little smile crept across her face. Pleasant meeting you. She glided away just as silently as she had arrived. Well! Hurry up. If we meet many more sisters on the way, we'll never get there. We continued along the path around the cloister towards the chapel. Two women were huddled close to each other outside the large wooden door, speaking in hushed tones. Catherine leaned down to whisper in my ear. The mousy one is Eustace. She's quite smart and a bit bossy. You two should get along swimmingly. The other is Darcy, who... Well, Darcy's very special. Darcy, are you sure you're going to be able to sit through service without doing anything? You keep giggling. It's very distracting. You can tell she's smart because she has glasses just like me. Wee-hee-hee. Oh, look at her, look at her, look at her. Wee-hee-hee. So cute. Probably because of all the stuff I drank before we came here. Oh my god. Darcy is very special. She doesn't even use capitalization or punctuation. Probably because of all the stuff I drank before we came here. That much I gathered. Why would you drink anything you've cooked up before service? I thought it might be funny. It might be. A little funny. That's right. The pair noticed Catherine and I walking past. Darcy gave me a strange little wave when she wiggled each finger individually. Eustace, though, she gave me a strange look that I couldn't quite place, but I didn't appreciate. You like Darcy? She's unique. Was I just fresh out of my cell and unable to comprehend any expression subtler than Catherine's, or did Eustace seem to dislike me intensely? I plowed directly into someone walking past Eustace and Darcy. In my attempt to keep myself righted, I grabbed a handful of cloak. I tumbled to the floor, nearly dragging the mystery person with me. Uh-oh. Thank God I let go on the way down. I looked up at the woman who I had collided with and realized something. This was what intense dislike looked like. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, Angela. I see you've met our newest oblet. What's going on with her? Catherine shot me a little smirk as I pulled myself off the ground. This is Sister Hedwig. She's still finding her footing. As you can see. I'm really very, very sorry. Angela said nothing to me. She simply looked me up and down before quickly turning to Catherine. Your door is still broken. Oh, is it now? You told me you would see to getting it fixed 2 weeks ago. Yes, well, I'm a busy woman, Angela. Not too busy to spend most of your evenings in the Misericorde, I've noticed. Catherine took a step closer to Angela. She was barely 1 inch taller, but she was making quite an effort to make it seem like there were 10 between them. Find anything else interesting in my room, Angie? Or were you just testing the door? Just the same. Musk, as always. I didn't even have to check inside. It wafted out of the door on its own when I tested the hinges. So diligent. And here I was thinking Darcy's experiments might be more odorous than anything I might hide. Darcy's experiments aren't alive. What is going on? She idly watched Eustace and Darcy walking past her into the chapel, along with Margaret and several other people I didn't recognize. Yet. As always, my dear sweet Angela, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure. She shot me another icy look before turning on her heel to head into the chapel. Time for service. Achoo! Catherine made a high-pitched little noise that sounded like a mocking sneeze. Angela froze for a moment, but did not turn around before continuing into the hall. Sneeze? Oh. Angela is convinced I am keeping a cat in my room. She's been bothering me about it for months. Are you? Of course not! They're filthy little things. I know! What the heck? Inside the chapel, everyone was already sitting in pews. All except the superior, who I could make out standing at the altar near the back. She did indeed have a small device in front of her that I'd never seen before. Given the apprehensive looks on the other sisters' faces, I could guess that it was the dreaded portative organ. She noticed me walking in with Catherine, and gave me an appreciative little curl of the lip, just barely legible from far away. When she spoke, her voice echoed around the chapel. It made me jump. Ah, greetings, Sister Hedwig. I would like everyone to give her a warm welcome. A murmur of dullest enthusiasm rumbled through the chapel. I gave a little bow of the head, unsure of how to properly respond. Thank you. Come up here, if you'd please. I'd like to introduce you properly. She glared at the gathered nuns. To the congregation. I gingerly stepped forward and walked up to the altar. Every footstep echoed around the large room. I could feel everyone's stares boring into my back. When I reached the superior, she gave me an encouraging smile. Oh, we got some other ones. Oh my god, look at Darcy peering over the seat. She's got the :3 face again. We got cool eye patch sister. We got the girls we know. We got someone's in the wetback we don't know. We got the grumpy one on the right. And then we don't know this front and center one yet, I think. The one on the right, does she have a third eye tattoo? I think that's her hair. I think she's got some hair that's peeking out. Yeah, I think it's her bangs peeking out. I turned around to face my adoring public, who mostly looked like they wouldn't mind if I were to drop dead in front of them. All save for Darcy, anyway, who was looking straight past me with a serene expression. Hello. Based on her posture, I don't think she cares enough to make sure all her hair is covered. That's the impression I'm getting. What's up? There was a collective grunt. It felt like one older woman with an eye patch sitting near the back was watching me with particular interest. Oh, she thinks I'm cool, at least. These are our suspects, right? Yeah. She was smiling, but she said nothing. There was an awkward pause. Hello. Shh. Oh, sorry. Darcy stuck a hand out and started waving silently, before Eustace grabbed and tucked it back down at her side. Doesn't have shadowed faces. Oh, yeah. The superior gave me a little nudge. Well, it's lovely to meet everyone. Or rather, the people I've met so far. Catherine, Margaret, Angela. And I walked past Darcy and Eustace, so we didn't really meet, but you seem very nice. Not that Catherine and Margaret aren't nice. And I also don't mean the rest of you won't be lovely to meet. When I can. If you want to. I suppose I'm meeting you all right now. But personally, you know... Oh, goodness, that sounds strange. At this point, I wouldn't have minded dropping dead in front of everyone either. Oh, no. But I couldn't stop there. Well, I suppose the best way to get to know people is through prayer. Not that I've ever prayed with anyone, but that's what I've read. Wherever two or more are gathered, and so on. I've prayed alone many times, though. And really, I suppose I've never actually been alone. Because I was here. And there were so many of you here, all along. And you've all been praying as well. So, a lot more than two were gathered here. Not just in the chapel, I mean, but in the abbey, generally. Oh! And you've all probably spoken with me before. Or maybe not at all. Maybe just some. I may have offered all of you spiritual advice through the hagioscope before. Not that I can tell who was on the other side of that.
Oh, God! No, God, please,
Yeah.
no!
Yeah, it's...
No!
It's bleak. No! It's bleak. By the way, your deepest questions have always been safe with me. So I'll never be able to tell anyone anything embarrassing. Not to imply that anyone has asked me anything embarrassing, and I hope my advice has helped all of you. Or however many of you I ever offered it to. And if you were ever wondering who it was giving it to you, it was me. Here I am. I, for some reason that eludes me to this day, felt it might be best to end with a little flourish. Ta-da! Ta-da! I'm your new chronicler. Silence. Dreadful. Dreadful silence. Finally, Darcy raised her hand. Yes? What's a hagioscope? It's the funny little window. Oh, Catherine. It's the funny little window next to her door. You're supposed to talk through it. Oh, right. I bared my teeth in as wide a smile as I could manage to the rest of the sisters. I got no response at all, save for another wave from Darcy and a smirk from Catherine. I looked up at the superior for some sort of guidance, any help at all. She just smiled at me and pushed my back gently, urging me to head back to the pews. Oh boy. Hedwig's situation is rather unique, so we all have a responsibility to look out for her and offer her help with the day-to-day around the convent. I want everyone to be extra helpful and forgiving towards her, and I want no sort of hazing or pranking. By the by, Sister Flora, I will be speaking with you after Prime concludes today. Whatever. Amazon Prime? You could give me your Prime subscription, Sister Flora. No. Flora was the young woman with the pimply face then. Oh, the one with her bangs hanging out. Not wanting to cause a fuss, I walked past the last occupied pew to sit in an empty row in the back on the opposite side of the aisle to everyone else. Oh, so that was everybody, because I guess the other set of pews is empty. Now, the creed, if you please. And then we will continue with the used psalmody before concluding with a hymn. And yes, that means singing. And yes, that means all of you, including Catherine the First. Catherine the First? There was an awkward pause before everyone lurched into the Athanasian Creed at the superior's urging. Oh boy. This is gonna sound so bad. Vi cum vot salvus esse unto omnia opus est, uteriat catholicam fidem. I don't know if that sounded any good. Comnisi quisque integram inviolatamque servaverit, absque dubio in aeternam peribit. Fides autem catholica haec est, ut unum Deum in trinitate et trinitatem in unite venerimur, nece confudentis personas, nece substantiam separantes, atolite portas, principes vestras, et elevamini, porte aeternalis, et introibet rex gloriae. Oh no, girl, no! I vomited black bile all over the flagstone floor. Girl, no! Oh no! Girl, no! Oh no! Hello? Hello? Moira? Clearly we're possessed, I know. Right? Things aren't looking good for us if, some Latin made us, puke bile. Can you hear me? My name's Moira. This is an impolite manner of introduction, but say something if you can hear me. I opened my eyes and groaned. Hold on a second. Okay. I was lying on the floor between the pews, surrounded by a semicircle of concerned sisters. Oh, the one near the front, yeah. The woman who had been sitting near the front of the pews was crouched next to me. Her hand was resting on my shoulder to prop me upright slightly. Sorry. Her grim expression melted away as I began to speak. Don't dare apologize. You had us worried half to death there. She spoke in a lilting accent I couldn't quite place. The superior pushed through the throng of nuns at that moment, prompting the friendly woman to pop back up to her standing height with a little bounce. She's going to be just fine. I think she's just a tad enervated. All of this might have been a bit much for her humors, I'm afraid. I see. I did warn her that jumping into things straight away might be too much. I opened my mouth to object to this out-and-out lie, but the superior gave me a piercing look. My silence assured, she turned to the friendly-faced woman. Moira, I'd like you to take her to the dormitory to rest up for a little while in the room that's been prepared for her. If she's feeling up to it, she can rejoin us for luncheon later. Of course. She leaned down to offer a hand to me, which I took. I staggered back to my feet, hiding my gaze from the crowd. What a disaster this had been so far. I took a deep breath and caught just a hint of the foul stench of bile. My baffling speech, falling asleep during service, and throwing up in front of everyone. Even though these were the people I was meant to suspect, I felt as though I'd been humiliated in front of powerful royalty. Surely there'd be no climbing back from this. So... yes, well... I suppose that means the office of Prime is concluded. There was an approving murmur from everyone. Amen. The murmur morphed into half-hearted amens. Wait, it's raining. Oh, I kind of like the composition here. This is kind of cool drawing. As everyone began to shuffle outside, Moira kindly offered me her shoulder for balance. You'd better join us for lunch. You barely weigh a thing. It had started to rain over the course of the service. As we passed the threshold of the chapel's side doors back into the cloister, I could see Margaret and Catherine huddled together, talking somewhat conspiratorially. Margaret noticed me and raised her eyebrows, prompting Catherine to turn to face me. Do feel better soon, dear. It's been a pleasure so far. And no hymns. Amen is right, eh? Ah, Sister Margaret. Since we've let out a little early, surely you wouldn't mind cleaning up our newcomers' mess. I believe there's a mop and a bucket in the workshop. Yes, Soup. And Catherine, I'm sure Margaret would appreciate some help. Yes, of course. Moira tugged on my sleeve gently. Come on then. Let's get you some rest. We walked back through the cloister and through the doorway where I'd made a fool of myself in front of Catherine. Everyone always says the monastic life is so simple. But but I can imagine it being quite a shock coming from what you're used to. Yes, I suppose so. She squeezed my arm gently. Everyone also says first impressions are everything. But I have a good feeling you'll nail your second one, All I could do was groan. I liked your little speech, though. It's not often we get newcomers. Hashtag blame Moira, but she's the only one who's being nice so far. I know that's like, you should suspect the people who are like, oh, maybe they're a little too nice, but I'm like, oh, man. I mean, to be clear, that's how I felt when Dan was like, hashtag blame Shauna, and I'm like, oh, Shannon's been through enough. She's nice, she doesn't need this from anybody. I liked your little speech, though. It's not often we get newcomers. Adela was the last one before you, and that was nearly a year ago, if I remember right. Adela? Oh, goodness, how silly of me. And we just established you hadn't had a chance to meet everyone yet. You poor thing. Lots on my mind. Adele was here? I was hoping to introduce myself to everyone properly after Prime, but we'll get you rested up and you can catch up with everyone later. I didn't have the energy to tell her that I had been about to say, now I'd rather crawl into a hole and disappear after, but I don't know whether it was because I'd fully grasped the first go-around, or if my current state was so weak generally that Moira wouldn't have noticed. But I made it up the stairs this direction without comment. Here we are. This is where all of us sleep. Minus the superior, of course. We? We made a room up for you already. She swung open one of the wooden doors. A small, meticulously cleaned dorm room waited. It had a similar straw mattress on one side, a little window, and an empty bookshelf next to a little reading desk. It was much smaller than the cell I'd spent my life in. You could probably fit 2 people in here comfortably for a chat. 3 if one didn't mind sitting on the bed. Well, I suppose you're probably familiar with all that. You're probably familiar with all that. Oh, who she's talking to? Who's she telling this whole story to? It's not much, but mostly we just sleep in these. I don't know, it looks pretty single person. Tugging my arm again, she led me over to the mattress and urged me to sit. You're might pallid still. A nap before lunch should do you some good. What about terrace? Or sext? Or, oh, and I slept through matins last night. Now, don't you worry yourself about something as silly as ours. You're not used to moving and talking and, well, living so much. You need some rest. But prayer? Oh, for Pete's sake, don't be silly. I'm sure he would understand. I didn't have the energy to argue, but I knew all too well that God does not look kindly on those who would take advantage of his kindness. Prayer is a privilege, after all. Do you have a fresh frock, by the way? I could go and get it from your cell if you like. Oh, no, actually. Just the one. Someone would come and collect it to be washed every few days. Never mind, then. Give it to me and I'll have it washed. Give it? I can turn around if you like. Nothing I haven't seen before, though. She made a show of spinning around before I could argue, so I gingerly undid my habit, stepping out of it and collecting it together in a rumply little pile. I crawled into bed, naked apart from my coif, which I left affixed to keep my head warm. All yours, I suppose? Ta! I'll have a bath drawn for you as well. You really don't have to. You're not my chambermaid. She stroked my forehead before bending down to scoop up my clothes. I flinched at the sensation. While it was a friendlier gesture than Catherine's thumb assault, it was no less alien. Nonsense! It's what we're meant to do around here. For each other, and for any visitors in need of aid. Well, thank you. She was right, of course. In my delirium, I had forgotten the worldly purpose of monasticism. I had been shut in myself so long, so focused on myself. I'd completely ignored that what it was the Abbey was here for in the first place. Don't mention it. Do you get many travelers here? People in need? I must admit that I don't actually know quite where we are, exactly. She sat down on the end of the bed. Not many. We're quite isolated out here. Out here? The closest village is quite a trek, I'm afraid. We get visitors occasionally, and supplies get sent to us fairly regularly. But we do have to be a little self-sufficient. Where are we, exactly? The nearest village is called Linbarrow. Yeah, we're in Linbarrow Abbey. But we're on top of a hill quite away from here. Quite away from there. Linbarrow. Oh, have you heard of it? It is a bit of a hamlet, so I wouldn't be shocked if you hadn't. I have to confess I don't know many English place names at all besides, well, London. Linbarrow, though. It sounds nice. It certainly rolls off the tongue. It didn't always. I hear the folk whittled it down from Lindisbarrow. Accents are funny like that. Have you ever been to London? Never. Never. The superior came and brought me news about London a few times, that's all. Clerical things. Church business I never really understood. Oh, I see. How strange it must be for you How much strange it must be to be you right now. No need to tell me twice. Oh, I'm sorry. I promise not to gawk any longer. No, it's all right. I wasn't offended. You're right. It is very strange to live one way until one day you're suddenly forced to start living what feels like the absolute opposite way. Yes. I'm just very taken with the idea that the way I live is the opposite of the way you'd lived until today. That's very interesting. It's my turn to apologize then. Not at all. It's a perspective I'd never considered. I suppose to the rest of the world, us nuns must seem very secluded and rigid. I've certainly felt that way sometimes. But you've lived all by yourself in that little room all these years. With even stricter rules, I'd imagine. Very strict. Which is how I describe monastic life generally. But there was someone living very differently. Right under my nose. Oh no, is that Catherine with a C? Oh no, they were talking about me. Talking about Hedwig. She paused for a moment, and I noticed a tear rolling down her cheek, unless she was thinking about Catherine with a C. Moira? Oh, it's just... This was her room. Oh no, Catherine! Catherine? She nodded, sniffling. It's been so hard. It might have seemed like everything was normal at Prime, but I promise you things have been very, very difficult with her gone. Sometimes it feels like most of them are trying to act like she never existed. I suppose I can't blame them, but it feels so wrong. Wow, day one out the door and you're naked in her bed. I know, right? Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. She could have been there today. A day like any other. She would have really liked you, I think. Not that, oh, you wouldn't even be here if not for... Oh, that would, if not for that, would you? I didn't know what to say. Oh, listen to me rambling. It's not your fault. What was she like? She was very intelligent, intimidatingly so, and she wasn't afraid to show that off to people. Yes. Oh no, I'm just imagining. I can picture her, almost. She left a strong impression on everyone she met. Myself included. She was good at everything she tried. I think that upset some people, honestly. She was a prodigy through and through. So some people might have reason to kill her if they were jealous or she was too much of an aberration. More than just being the chronicler. Well, the nice thing about history is that it happens rather slowly. Unless you're in 2025. She had plenty of time for other pursuits, especially with how things are around here. Not enough of a motive, but per snaps, I mean... I feel like people have been meaner for less, you know? Hi, Marsh! I don't see why that would upset anyone. I wouldn't dare say for certain that she upset any of the others specifically. It's just a sense I've gotten in retrospect, perhaps. I nodded. Precious as I held them, my conversations with Catherine through the hagioscope had a certain friction that I could imagine being amplified over years of talking to a person. I just don't understand why they're so sure that poor boy did it. The 2025 line was funny. I'm glad you're having fun with the nuns. Welcome to Dead Lesbian Nun Land! Yeah! I just don't understand why they're so sure that poor boy did it. She gave me a weak smile. You might have been able to rest up in the hospitalum if not for him. It's a wee bit nicer there than the dorms, I have to say. You don't think he killed her? You don't think he killed her? I don't know if I'd go that far. It's less of a suspicion and more just... It's hard for me to reckon with purest random evil. Catherine was so good, wise, and kind. For a lad to just murder her on a lark, I can't accept that. He'd have to have a reason, surely. Otherwise, the world is a much darker place than I'd believe. It's certainly a much dimmer place without Catherine. Oh. We sat in silence for a moment. I didn't dare rebuke Moira, nor did I have the energy. But, as well as empathy, frustration was bubbling inside of me. I could fix these misconceptions. Evil is everywhere. Demons are everywhere. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts in his heart was only evil continually. Genesis! Basic! Elementary! The very foundation of our faith. A godless man couldn't kill someone as wonderful as Catherine without a second thought. It became clear to me then and there, the lackadaisical and selfish attitudes surrounding crime. This disbelief in evil. Something was very wrong here. I mean, didn't the Mother Superior tell you as much? Even Catherine's questions to me had bordered on blasphemous. These women were lost! 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 My eyes snapped open. For a brief moment I felt like I was spinning. It was like I'd only just regained control of my head. My throat tightened and I made the tiniest little retch. Oh no. Although thankfully nothing came out. Oh dear, are you sleepy? Oh, how rude of me to spring all of this on you now after badgering you about needing to relax. This is a dorm, not a place of confession. No, rude of me to drift off like that. You have my deepest sympathies. Moira stood up, my clothes still bundled in her arms. I'm going to go and make sure these get washed for you, so you can get some sleep. And I'll send someone to collect you to show you where the baths are. There's some fresh night clothes under the bed. She made a few strides to the door, then turned around one more time. And I'll ask Darcy for some mint. Good for an upset stomach. And for breath. She gave me an impish little grin. Well, you said it, not me! I must have looked mortified because she immediately became apologetic again. Oh, don't take that the wrong way. It's not your fault you've been sick. It's alright. Thank you again for everything. She closed the door gently, smiling warmly. I was left alone with my thoughts again. I must admit that I had been feeling pleasantly pampered for a moment before the mint comment. Yeah, blame God. Blame yourself or God. I am going to play Final Fantasy Tactics Remake when it comes out. Oh, and a bath? Was I really so disgusting? Of course I was. I was a complete mess. Unclean, irritating, always saying the wrong things. Disrupting Prime, expelling foul bile everywhere I went. What a mess! Finally, I got some real rest. I was simply too tired to rehash the embarrassment I had incurred over the course of the morning for a 5th or 6th time. Yeah! Yeah, FF7 Remake's fun. I gotta finish it one day and play the second one. But yeah, it's, they did a really good job. I think. At least with, like, the, presentation and, like, the character writing. I was simply too tired to rehash the embarrassment I had incurred over the course of the morning for a 5th or 6th time. And sleep finally took me. Hello. Hello. I'm awake. Just a minute. I stepped out of the bed and hastily made it back up as quickly as I could. Dropping to my knees, I looked underneath the wooden frame for the night clothes Moira had mentioned. They weren't hard to find. It was spotless under the bed save for a neatly folded gown. I retrieved it and slipped it over my head. It was a little big for me, but it did the trick. Are you decent? I'm coming! Sorry, I just had to find a nightgown. I opened the door to greet her. She had a pleasant expression on her face, yeah, her little colon 3 face again. And looked slightly more together than when I saw her in the chapel. She had droopy eyelids and a serene aura about her, except for the fact that she was dripping wet. Moira asked me to bring you some mint, so I brought you some. Are you feeling better? Yes, actually. Quite a bit better. I feel like, given her presentation, Darcy's gotta have, like, a pretty unique voice. I gotta come up with something. Darcy had put a few leaves of mint into her mouth and was chewing somewhat rapidly. Don't worry, I brought plenty. Don't worry, I brought plenty. I don't know. Maybe more like, don't worry, I brought plenty. Like, like yeah, maybe like something like that. Stoner accent. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to think. Don't worry, I brought plenty. I love the stuff. Yeah, that green leaf. Grow it myself. Do you really? I mean, growing mint is not that hard, Hedwig. It, like, gets everywhere. Yes. She fluttered her eyelashes and held out her hand, proudly showing off a large pouch full of leaves. I grow lots of things. I'm sure you do. Mint is definitely one of my favorites, though. Did you know it's really called mentha? No, I didn't know that. She offered the bag up to me, and I reached inside to grab a few leaves. I placed them in my mouth tentatively, but was pleasantly surprised almost immediately. Oh, that is nice. That's right. You really grow this yourself? It's wonderful. Thank you for saying so, my friend. I just wish you hadn't gone and gotten yourself soaked in the process of getting it for me. You didn't have to do that on my behalf. Oh no, this isn't because of the mint. Is it not? No. Oh. Anyway, yeah, no explanation. Bath time. She spun around on her heel and began shuffling away towards the hall. Wait, is there no lock on this door? No. We all trust each other here. Just make sure to knock. You don't want to walk in on Moira epilating. Oh. Pulling out her hairs? I see. That was embarrassing. The first time, anyway. Third time it started being a bit funny, I suppose. I suppose I didn't have any possessions that needed to be kept away from prying eyes or fingers. That's a word I did. I'm pretty sure that's pulling out hairs. I was just used to locks. Yeah, like an epilator. Darcy moved quicker than I would have expected. You could scarcely see her legs moving underneath her habit. Hell appliance, oh no. She seemed to glide wherever she went, bobbing up and down ever so slightly. I followed, still feeling a touch indisposed. I didn't even know my way around the Abbey. To be walking around it in a breezy nightgown felt wrong, perhaps even disrespectful. I tried to make some conversation to distract myself. This is a very nice abbey. It's big and cold and probably haunted. What? Well, actually, that's not true. It gets a little hot in the summer when the sun hits the cloister. And you stand in the middle of the cloister. What did you mean haunted? Probably haunted. There's no such thing as ghosts. What makes you feel like the convent is probably haunted? Well, there are a lot of weird noises at night or when I'm alone walking around. And things move around on their own sometimes. And also, I think most buildings just get a higher chance of being haunted the older they are. And these buildings are very old. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. There really is no such thing as ghosts. I say this more to comfort myself than her, truth be told. All I could think about was the strange figure I'd seen from my window the night before. We took the stairs Catherine had led me down earlier, then walked past the door to the cloister, to the web of hallways I hadn't seen yet. Ghosts? Zoinks! That would be a shame. That would be a shame. It would be nice to meet Catherine's ghost. Her placid expression didn't change, but I could sense a hint of sadness in her voice. Not wanting to press further, I quickly changed the subject. So, where are the baths? Not far from the kitchens, so we can make the water hot. Ah! How pleasant. It's nice. It's worth making the trips from the well, in my opinion. From the well? Does the kitchen not have a faucet? Oh, it does, but we aren't using it at the moment. Really? Why not? Well, it isn't really working. Oh. As we stepped out into the rain, I suddenly realized why she was soaked through. Oh! I really hope you didn't trudge back and forth in the rain just for my bathwater. I did. But it's okay, I like the rain. I was currently struggling not to slip on the wet stone path in my wooden sandals, and couldn't for the life of me understand what Darcy was talking about. Watch your step. At least promise me you'll go and warm yourself up after this. Oh, I will. I gotta get baked. No, I've gotta go help in the kitchen anyway, and it gets hot in there. She led me into a room with a large window with a wooden tub in the middle. It was certainly not originally a bathing room. The whole thing looked rather makeshift. There was a habit and frock folded in a neat little pile not far away. And here we are. Enjoy, my liege. I didn't know what to make of that. Wait. Catherine called her my liege. Is Darcy, like, omnipotent, or did Catherine and Darcy actually, like, talk a lot? I turned around to see if she looked annoyed or upset, but she had the same pleasant expression as ever on her face. If there's anything else I can get you, just shout. I'll probably hear it from the kitchens. Well, thank you. Bye! Catherine had a nun harem. Whoa. Rest in peace, Catherine. Darcy fluttered her eyelashes and broadened her grin before spinning round to scoot back outside into the rain, closing the door behind her gently. Feeling miserable once more, I shrugged off the nightgown and removed my veil, strode over to the tub. The water was quite warm, and some pleasant-smelling leaves were floating on the surface. Mint bath. Nice. Oh! Anyway, I took one long look at myself reflected in the water. Horrible. I was pale and small, but any movement of my torso revealed ugly creases of flesh that made me wince. My nose was bent. I had spindly fingers. My eyes were dull and had bags underneath. My hair had been growing almost unhindered since taking my vows, save for an uneven line where I'd made sure to cut my bangs, to keep them from creeping out under the veil and making my forehead itchy. All in all, I was a sad little creature. Bathsheba I was not. Bathsheba I was not. With a weary sigh, I stepped into the tub. The warmth was quite unlike anything else I'd ever felt. As I lowered myself into the water completely, I could feel my muscles relaxing, tingling sensation all over, as if the stress of the day was being washed away along with the dirt. Unfortunately, this relaxing effect didn't extend to my head. Ever since the superior had knocked on my door, I had felt as if all my thoughts had to be squeezed through the narrow tube one at a time, and I had forgotten each word that made it out of my mouth by the time it was said. I was completely off balance. I even tried sinking my entire head beneath the water to see if it had the same cleansing effect on my mind. No such luck. Raising my head above the waterline again, I tried to organize my thoughts as slowly as they came. I had made a complete fool of myself in front of Catherine and Margaret. Well, in front of everyone, actually. I had made Moira and Darcy waste their time attending to me like servants. No wonder Darcy had made that crack about my liege. They were probably all fed up with me already. But one of them was a killer. What did I care about any of that? This place was in complete shambles. Sisters taking the Lord's name in vain. Flagrant disrespect of the abbess. Skipping matins. No, in fact, disregard for the liturgy of the hours in full. A total lack of familiarity with basic concepts from scripture or the proper procedure for Benedictine monastic communities. And murder! That was the top of the list! To hell with all of them! I dunked my head under the water again and exhaled as hard as I could, in a feeble attempt to expel the rage building inside me. Nuke it from orbit, only way to be sure. Only that's not gonna get invented for another 500 years. It worked somewhat. A feeling of deep embarrassment replaced my anger. I leaned back and stared into the ceiling, ashamed. I tried to push every thought away, both guilt and anger, to try to enjoy the rest of my bath. It really was nice. I wouldn't mind it if someone brought the tub in here for me. I might never get out. The Lord says, judge not. Yeah, remember that? Say, while I have you here, would you like to hear a different story? It's shorter than my own, don't worry. It won't be too much of a detour. Oh yeah, let's go the fucked up manuscript images. I'm gonna have a piece of cheese while we look at this. I think a bear eating a cat or something. Oh. Fish? The way I've seen... Sorry, it was the heel of the bread. The way I've seen some fish drawn in these, you know, maybe. Especially if it lives in water, maybe a bear is a fish. I'm sure you've heard it before, but it's one that I've been thinking about a lot lately. It's a Bible story, of course. You, of course, know of Elijah and Elisha. Elijah ascended to heaven, and Elisha inherited his father's spirit, the sphere of God, with which he was able to perform miracles and so on and so forth. He could part waters like Moses, and heal blighted lands and rivers. But there's a passage describing a journey to Bethel that amuses me. You know what I'm speaking of, yes? Forsooth, Elisha went up from thence to Bethel, and when he went up by the way, little children went out of the city and scorned him and said, Go up, thou bald one! Go up, thou bald one! And when he had beheld, he saw them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And 2 bears went out of the forest and rent 42 children of them. Oh, God. Soothly, Elisha went from thence to the hill of Carmel, and from thence he turned again to Samaria. Yeah, this is one of your favorites where the bears go and eat 42 kids. 42 children, torn apart by angry bears at the behest of Elisha. Go up, you bald head is a phrase constantly rattling around in my brain. It's like, you gotta quote that at like the streamers that like their audiences like to call them bald. Go up, you bald head. Sheesh, I just tell him get off my lawn, I know, right? That's rather extreme, isn't it? It's funny. When I was locked in this cell the first time around, I never thought much of this part of the story. But it really is awful to think about, isn't it? Could you imagine being ripped to shreds by a wild beast just for calling a man bald? Yeah, next time, a streamer is called bald, they just gotta be like, you wanna be ripped apart by angry bears? Only it mustn't be horrible. Because God heard Alicia's curse and punished the rude little boys and girls justly. I've read that a lot of people question if they really were children. Perhaps in the original Hebrew, the word is a little broader. In Latin, it certainly says children, but we're taught that the text is inerrant. Which brings me to the part of the story that interests me so. The text is inerrant, but the Bible as we know it is a translation. So surely there is room for some error. In fact, that version of the story I recited for you, that wasn't just me paraphrasing from the Vulgate for you. That was a passage translated by a man named John Wycliffe. No, of course I know. You know who Wycliffe is. Who does not? Please, continue to humor me. I am attempting to record everything I find relevant to this story. Imagine, perish the thought, that you were some heathen listening to my tale. You'd appreciate the explanation, would you not? That is how I was trained to write chronicles. Do try and put up with me if I sound like the superior. Anyway. As written in Latin, the story is as follows. Ascendit autem inde in Bethel, cumque ascenderet per viam, pueri parvi egressi sunte, civitate, et illundibante, disitent, ascende calve, calve, ascende calve, go up, bald man. Quicum respexit videos et maledixit eis in nomine domini egressic sunt duo ursi bears de saltu et lacera verunt ex eis quadraginta duos pueros. Many years ago, Wycliffe translated the Bible into English. The Archbishop at the time accused him of inserting nefarious messages into his translations. He thought Wycliffe was trying to rile the common people up to rebel against the church. So sure they were of Wycliffe's heresy, they held a synod to argue for his expulsion from Oxford. They succeeded too. His Majesty Richard II banished him from the college, and it became actual written law that no man shall write against the church. We both know the rest, of course. But you won't bite my head off for walking through it, will you? The Wycliffites were denounced. Their heresy was thoroughly put to rest. This was nearly a century ago, so God forgive me for saying this. Wycliffe had some interesting things to say about translation that often rattle around in my head. But I've gotten very sidetracked here, haven't I? Oh dear. The point is, I find it interesting that Wycliffe's translation kept the children part from the Vulgate Bible. He too must have felt the original Latin text was inerrant, and yet he was punished for his translation work. God forbid, but if the church as we know it crumbles many years from now, someone attempts to teach using his Bible as a basis, will they keep that part like we kept it in the Vulgate? What does this story actually mean? It certainly seems a bit cruel. Maybe it means nothing. If it means nothing, is it necessary? If it is necessary, what does it mean? You must forgive me. I do sound a bit of a lollard at the moment, don't I? It is a rather impossible problem. The 42 children have been mauled by bears at least 3 times now. Probably many more, as I doubt Wycliffe is the only man who tried to write a Bible in his own language. And since I'm afraid I'm useless at Hebrew, I'll never know if they were meant to be at all. I suppose this is splitting hairs. If they were grown men and women, being attacked by a furious mother bear commanded by God's messenger is still a rather unpleasant way to go. Still, clawed to death for a playground taunt. What a strange world. Oh, so you had indeed already heard all this before. Please forgive me for taking up more of your precious time. Like I said before, you'll permit me a small indulgence here and there. Misericorde. Even if I was not completely refreshed in spirit, the bath certainly did wonders for me physically. I could no longer count each individual bone in my body aching, at the very least. The noon bell rang. I stood up in the bath, scanning around for a towel of some sort. I spotted one, a simple piece of linen cloth, folded next to the habit Moira had washed for me. I stepped out of the bath while the bell was still ringing and dropped to my knees, resting my elbows against the edge of the tub with my hands clasped together. I began reciting psalms for Sext. Canticum gradum, ad te levavi oculos meos, qui habitas in celi. Hello? I wheeled around at the start, twisting into an uncomfortable position, attempting to cover my shame, and turned to face my visitor at the same time. Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. I was just coming to collect you for luncheon. It's all right, I was just reciting the office. Really? Which one? Sext. The noon office. Do you not... Oh, yes! Well, since we break for luncheon at midday, we roll that one into prime. This was deeply embarrassing for several reasons. I rose to my feet, strategically covering myself. Moira politely held a hand in front of her eyes. Did I interrupt it then? In the chapel? Did I interrupt it then in the chapel? I would never blame you for it. I would never blame you for it in that sense. But I began drying myself off with the towel, pressing it against my hair gently and hastily running it along my body. I must confess that I'm a little behind on all the offices today. I slept through matins as well. Matins? Oh, don't worry yourself about that. We roll matins into prime as what? What? I flung the towel to the ground in shock, so dismayed I was. Moira, still holding her hand in front of her face, let out a nervous giggle. It's fairly normal as far as I know. We have morning prayer and evening prayer. If we spend all day following the hours to the letter, we'd never get anything done. Or any sleep at all. Were you really getting up in the middle of the night to pray? Yes. And dropping everything to recite psalms throughout your day? Yes! My goodness, that's so unfair. I was just reciting The Office, and I was like, which episode? The superior never told you about how monasteries condense the hours. The bishop didn't either. No! I find it hard to believe, to be perfectly honest. How often do you take communion? whenever the bishop is here, so every few months or so? This almost knocked me back onto the floor. I was used to receiving communion once a season, but I had been under the impression that I was a unique case. My needs differed from the rest of the sisters. I had been in a permanent and all-encompassing relationship with God. These women did not seem to have the same devotion. I finally remembered that I was standing there like a fool and began to put my fresh clothes on. They smelled and felt lovely. Like dried leaves fell out of the sleeves and robe. Little dried leaves fell out of the sleeves and robe as I lifted them. I bent down to pick one of them up after I'd slid the cloak over my head. Those are from our garden. Aren't they nice? Extremely so. You really don't recite the hours as written. This isn't, I don't know, a prank? Why would I pull a prank on you? I have no idea. The superior just put the idea in my head, I suppose. At morning prayer... Oh, of course! Flora's the one to watch out for. She's full of youthful vigor. Or Darcy. Or, well, Catherine. Or Margaret. So basically everyone. She looked sheepish. I can see why you might be wary of practical jokes. But please believe me when I tell you that condensing the hours into morning and evening prayers is fairly standard among monasteries these days. In fact, I think it might have been for a long while now. I suppose I'd have no way of knowing otherwise. And well, it's accepted? I don't think anyone's ever gone to hell for rearranging their calendar, if that's what you're asking. Are you dressed now? Just about. Moira lifted her hand from her eyes. Now, would you look at that? Fresh as anything. Thank you very much for washing them. Oh, don't mention it. Hopefully you're feeling a bit better now. Once we get some lunch in you, you'll be good as new, I reckon. I'm looking forward to it, but, This might sound silly, but if I go to evening prayer tonight to do the rest of the hours, I still won't have caught up. Would you mind if I at least finished sext? No, not at all. Thank you very much. Ecce sicut oculi sevorum in manibus dominorum suorum. I've never actually prayed for an audience. Would you like me to join you? Yes. That'd be lovely, actually. Moira beamed and walked over to the tub I'd been using. She kneeled as I had been kneeling earlier, and I joined her. The pleasant scent of leaves in the bath still lingered above the water. Sicut oculi ancillae in manibus domine suae, ita oculi ostria ad dominum Deus nostrum, donec miseretur nostri, We completed the liturgy and left in silence. I felt bolstered by the light of prayer, and the bath and fresh clothes had left me feeling warm and content. Moira strode in front of me, leading me to the rectory. When we arrived, I took a deep breath. Bathing in prayer rejuvenated my body and spirit, but I was still nervous about facing everyone. Both because of the harrowing events of the morning and because of my mission. I hadn't forgotten. I just had no idea how to begin. The rectory was a long room with a high ceiling. A large, aged table already laden with plates ran the length of the room. All the other sisters were there, and the superior was standing at the head of the table, appearing to hold court. Ah, wonderful. Are you feeling any better? Yes, very much so. Moira beamed and gently guided me to the foot of the table where a stool was waiting. Oh, I couldn't Please sit, so that everyone may be introduced to you. Properly this time. That was the last thing I wanted, to be perfectly honest. The writer likes Latin and now it's everyone's problem. Oh boy, yeah. But I obeyed. You smell nice. Thanks. You have already met Sister Darcy, of course. She tends to the garden and livestock and is something of an alchemist. I prefer the title Alchavisionist. Of course. Sitting next to her is Eustace. Charmed. Eustace is our sacristan and librarian. We actually have a great many rare books stored here that need to be taken care of. And read, most importantly. Not all of them have been catalogued. I'm sure you and Eustace will get to know each other very well. She will be of great use to you as our new chronicler. This is Sister Flora. She's our youngest oblate. She's 17. I'm 19. Are you really? My goodness, time flies. I wish. I've been stuck here for 5 years now. Now, really. Stuck? Yes. Stuck. Well, she has not yet found her calling, but the youthful spirit of rebellion gives Flora the energy to help out with various tasks around the Abbey. You have met Moira already, of course. Yes, indeed. Moira is our infirmerer. It also serves as our chamberlain and our hosteler on rare occasions we have visitors. I'm the closest thing to a doctor here without, well, being a doctor, you know? Without having a man here, you mean? And thank goodness for that, A polite laugh went around the table. On your right, Hedwig, is Sister Marta. So we haven't met her yet, the cool one with the eye patch. Marta has actually had many roles here, even before I was the prioress. She was the chronicler before our last, and has also been our cantor. You can just say that I'm old. It's no secret. I wouldn't dream of it. You have much wisdom and many surprises left in you, Sister Marta. What do you do nowadays? I try to enjoy what's left of my life, dear. You run the cellars, you mean? I said what I said. Oh, on the wine, I see. And a damn fine job of running the cellar you do, I'll say. This is Sister Charity, who is, rather fittingly our head almoner. Although there's not much of that to be done around here, I'm afraid. So I mostly strive to do the same as Marta here. You help in the cellars? I enjoy life! Next is Sister Margaret. To look up what an almoner is. An official distributor of alms. So she would give out stuff to the poor, except they don't get a lot of visitors because they're really remote. Got it. We've met already. Margaret is another almoner, and also helps in the cellars. I'm a precentor as well. I helped Catherine a lot with her writing. Margaret is very talented. She was also our first foreign oblate. Thank you very much for explaining that on my behalf, Soup. Anyway, it's not completely true. It is completely not true, in fact. Ah, Sister Adela. I thought you were born in Spain. I was indeed born in Spain, which is another country. I was born in Spain as well. What I meant was, this should be good. Do you actually know where I was born, Soup? Don't call me that. And of course I do. You're our first oblet from outside the usual... Here. The typical sphere of... Oh, they don't know how to say continent yet. People who devote themselves to monastic life. Whole world's a sphere, your reverence. Do they believe that yet? That is so true, Darcy. Unless Darcy's just spitting truths and everyone's like she's being weird as always. That'd be funnier if that was it. I'm just a nun doing my little part to spread the faith around the whole globe. A common belief for hundreds of years. It just hadn't caught on with the scientific community. Which is the entire purpose of being one, or so I'm told. I'm Irish! That's wonderful, Moira. It was only thought to have edges for a very brief period. Oh, I see. And you know, recently, yeah. I apologize. I did not mean to offend. I simply meant... No offense taken, Soup. I'm sure Hedwig knew what you meant. Well, well, well. Tough act to follow. You have, of course, met Catherine. Her name is spelled with a K, but we in speaking, we referred to her as Catherine the First. Our old chronicler was called Catherine the Second. We had a little contest for it, and Catherine the Second was very gracious in defeat. A crying shame what happened to her. Catherine is our... Come to think of it, Catherine, what is your title? I dabble. Okay. This is Sister Adela. She was actually our newest oblate before you decided to join the congregation. That's right. It feels good to move up a rank. Adela has also not really settled into a role yet. Like Flora, she helps out wherever she can. And finally, we have met already. I gulped. I am the prioress. My second in command. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm from Wales. Thank you, Darcy. Well, now that we're all caught up. Everyone's heads bowed instantaneously. I hastily lowered my head as well to join in the hushed whispers. Let us eat. On my plate were 2 thick slices of bread, far thicker than I'd ever been given in my cell. There was some kind of boiled meat and a crumbly hunk of white cheese. The cheese! I knew it! I glanced around. Everyone was already digging in with their fingers. I followed suit, starting with the bread. It was light and fluffy with a crisp crust. Damn, that bread thick. So I also took a medieval feast class in college. Indeed, people used their fingers for a real long time. And, most, like, utensils had really niche purposes. For a while. It really took a long time for people to actually, like, use utensils with every meal. I followed suit, starting with the bread. It was light and fluffy with a crisp crust. A finger appeared above my plate suddenly. Oh yeah? duck. What kind of classes did you take? Oh, what? The meat. It's duck. Oh, so we're eating fish. No, I'm just kidding. It's duck with herbs. From your garden? From your garden? That's right. I pinched off a piece and marveled at how juicy it was. Yum. I put it in my mouth and was overwhelmed. Wow. Ooh, it's tasty. I helped. Yeah, you killed the duck. Well, yes. Because you cry if you have to do it. That's right. I raised them and named them and loved them. You really shouldn't do that for starters. Name them? Yes, or love them. I'm good at names is the thing. That's true. And once I've named something, it's impossible not to love it. What was this duck's name? What was this duck's name? I'd offer my compliments. If they were still alive, anyway. No clue. She doesn't let me tell her which ones are being slaughtered. Hang on. But you'd still... Started with the chemical engineering courses, then bailed out with business administration stuff. Only interesting course I had was one theater class. Aww. I see. Yeah, I had a lot more of a BA than a BS, so... Yeah. I get it. Hang on, but you'd still... Yes, she figures it out eventually when she checks in on the animals. You can still sling the BS well. Thanks. Look, it makes sense. How does it make sense, Darcy? I'm going to be a little sad about it no matter what, but I can't stop it from happening. But I can put it off so I'm not sad about it at lunch, which is a horrible time to be sad. So true, Darcy. Does knowing you're going to be sad later not make you sad now? No? Why? Because the duck tastes good. Nobody seemed to be able to argue with this logic. That's our Darce. That's our Darce. Darcy, best nun, yeah. Everyone continued eating in silence for a moment. How do you tell the difference between animals? Knowledge. I shuddered involuntarily all of a sudden as I felt a hand beneath the table tapping my knee. I looked over to my right at Marta, who smirked. She tapped my knee again as the others continued their conversation. Is it difficult killing the ducks? Not really. They're not much of a match for me if I'm being honest. Oh, she beats the shit out of them. I suppose you have a knife in that situation. I assure you, I could easily defeat a duck even without a knife. What about 2 ducks? Absolutely. 3? Again, definitely. I think you are all really overestimating how much damage a duck could do to me. I am an adult woman. The tapping on my knee continued. She, still smirking, tilted her head down, indicating I should look lower. I did, and saw she was holding a handful of something. Understanding, finally, I held out my hand. She nodded and returned to her meal. What is it? Ducks can be really mean. Have you ever seen an angry duck? Yes. They don't love being killed, funnily enough. What? They can, like, see you coming? They know they're about to die. I don't have to ambush them, if that's what you're wondering. They usually figure it out by the time I pick them up by the neck and put them on the chopping block, though. How would one sneakily attack a duck? Very easily, probably. They are ducks. But you don't attack them that way. Correct. Why not? Again, I feel like you're all severely overestimating the power of a single duck and underestimating me, a fully grown woman. How many ducks would it take before you think you'd how many ducks do you think it'd take before you lose? I could defeat every duck. It is simply not a problem for me. Every duck? In the world? Come on. I could defeat infinite ducks. They are small and have little necks. I could kill a duck by accident. It simply doesn't require any measurable amount of my strength. You would get tired eventually. I would not. You're talking as if they're ants. I think it requires a little more energy to kill a duck than an insect. Especially if there were a lot of them at once. I would swing my arms. I know this is a real conversation that has gone down in a convent, right? This is Katie's nun. What, because she has glasses? Or because I'm laughing so hard? Or you think I could take infinite ducks? I would swing my arms. I would kick out my legs. A group of ducks would crumple immediately in a fight against me. Okay, now I'm thinking about you killing a lot of ducks, and it's making me really sad because I'm imagining you killing all the ducks I'm looking after with huge kicks and punches, and I love those ducks, and I hate this conversation now. I'm sorry, Darcy. I didn't mean to upset you. I would slaughter the ducks on accident. No! Not the natural-born killer! No! We're speaking hypothetically here. I'm not going to kill all of your ducks. That's okay, thank you, Eustace. She's not going to kill all of them at once, anyway. Just the ones we need for food. She's trying to get out of it. She thought we wouldn't notice. Hedwig. Madam. She stood up, holding her empty plate. I would like to see you in my office when you finished eating. I didn't know what they were. I just stuck my hand out. I beg your pardon. Oh, she was like, I didn't know what they were. I just stuck my hand out. Oh, nothing. Silence. They're just dried apples, dear. She thought she was in trouble. Oh. What? Come on, Marta. Give me some too. Absolutely not. You've been a little... You've been a little going lately. Wait. Better. You've been a little lately. Yeah. Pretty sure not. That's why I bleeped myself. Marta? Crone. Gutter snipe. Ronyan. What does that even mean? That's enough. Okay. That's probably PG-13 in Britain. Definitely PG-13 in Australia. Quite possibly PG-13 in Ireland and Scotland. But I bleeped myself. The superior looked irritated. Ronyan, noun, Ronyan. A mangy or scabby creature. Ooh, okay. Good one, thank you. The superior looked irritated. Flora and Marta looked as though they were having a grand old time. Hedwig, I'd just like to speak with you privately about your new duties as a chronicler, now that you're feeling better. Oh! Yes, of course. Thank you. One of the others will show you where my office is when you're ready. She strode out of the room magnanimously. Take your time. Enjoy the rest of your luncheon. I started nibbling on some cheese. Yes! Yes, maybe I should get myself some more cheese. Everyone was watching me. I'm happy to share the apples if you'd all like. There was a dull roar of agreement from everyone in the room, all except for Angela, who had been pretending to ignore everyone for the entire meal. I broke up the handful of dried fruit into 2 piles and passed it either side of me, keeping 1 piece for myself. I should always have more cheese. Should I take a break and get some more cheese? Thank ye kindly. So, now that the elder ma'am is gone, do tell us about yourself. I realize that even now, after I had no more candied fruits to give, everyone in the room was staring at me with intense interest. Oh, this is better than before. Oh. Look at chat! Dan, look at chat! Oh, well, I didn't know what I could say to that I didn't this morning. I don't know what I could say that I didn't this morning. What did you say this morning? I must admit, wiping up your sick has overridden any memory of what you said prior. Sorry. Catherine shrugged, smirking. Margaret waved a hand. It gave us a chance to... Ow! A chance to reflect on the nature of servitude to God, and so on. I could see Angela raising one of her eyebrows out of the corner of my eye. Anyway, Hedwig is adapting wonderfully. She had some trouble with the stairs, but got the hang of them quickly. I imagine you'd probably have some trouble with stairs if you'd been locked in a little room for that long. Yes, whereas we're all locked in a big room, aren't we? With each other for company. Locked is a strong word, Catherine. You're right, as usual. We aren't locked in. The hill is more of a moat. Honestly, you sound just like Flora sometimes. Or a hill. I'm not sure the metaphor is necessary. Metaphor? That's a big word. As expected, however, from our resident librarian cum butcher. On the subject of ducks, I was merely speaking in hypotheticals. Ooh, that's another good word. What does hypothetical mean, Eustace? I regret saying anything. I'm being earnest. It means mind control. No, it doesn't. You're thinking of hypnosis. 3 for 3. The little faces. A loud jeer went up around the table. Darcy, let me out, please. Eustace scooted her chair back with a loud squeak and stormed out of the room. Oh, come on, Eustace, please come back. Perhaps this is rich of me to say, but I think you lot don't know when to lay off sometimes. I do not understand in this case. 1 minute she's talking about fighting ducks, but now she is upset that we are joking about fancy words? Bad timing, I think. She's doing her best, but she's quite torn up. About Catherine with a C. We all are. It's horrible. Hedwig, dear. If you don't know, I know. As I said, she was joking about killing ducks. I would have thought that would have been worse than joking about words. You're young. It's never the obvious things that remind some folk of grief past. Eustace is the librarian, and Catherine was the chronicler, of course. Peas in a pod they were. Not just them. We all miss her very much. It isn't a competition. Laura looked as if she was about to mouth off in response, but at that moment... Oh! We got a Eustace CG. Eustace re-entered the room carrying a large wooden bowl. What the hell happened in here? We were wondering where you'd gotten off to. We were worried you were upset. Eustace said nothing as she walked to the table with the bowl, smiling gently. A bowl of duck blood. Oh no! She's gonna fling it on them? That's playing dirty, Use. I have no idea what you're talking about. I forgot I'd made this to celebrate our newcomer, that's all. I believe you. Gay lead? Gay lead? After you'd all had candied apple? Goodness. What's gay lead? Pudding. Pudding. Eustace ladled out the sweet-smelling treat onto everyone's plates. When it was Angela's turn to be offered some, she pushed her chair back and stood up, jolting the entire table forward and causing everyone's plates to wobble. Darcy and Moira had to hold on to their dishes to keep them from spilling over their robes. Is everything all right, Angela? No. With a glare that seemed to lock with every pair of eyes in the room, Angela stalked out of the rectory hall. I doubt she'll be coming back with pudding. Maybe it's blood pudding. Whoa! I doubt she'll be coming back with pudding. Working lunch! Go up, thou bald one! Thank you, Steam. I was in considerably higher spirits after eating. I excused myself after finishing the gay lead. I got a little self-conscious about how long I was taking to meet the superior. Even though there had been a few awkward moments, I didn't really want the conversation to end. Still, feeling like I should be responsible and punctual, I excused myself partway through a continued discussion about what animals Eustace could best in hand-to-hand combat. Darcy helpfully volunteered to show me the office. It was on the first floor, further down the hallway she'd taken me down on the way to the kitchen and bath. Here you go. Thank you. And thank you again for the mint as well. And for showing me around before. Oh, and I helped cook lunch. Oh, well, thank you for that as well. I didn't make all of it, but enough that it's sad to not hear a thank you from the others, and nice to hear it from you. Well, in I go. In you go. Enter. I opened the door and slipped inside. Darcy watched me with a big grin still plastered to her face. The superior's office was small, but meticulously kept. It was rather plush compared to the rest of the rooms I'd seen so far. A grand window looked out into the garden, and there was a door off to the left that I presumed to lead into a private bedchamber. The superior herself sat at a thick oaken desk in a rather ornate chair. How are you feeling? Much better, thank you. Good. Good. How has your morning fared? Setting aside your little fainting spell. I rummaged around in recent memory for a reassuring anecdote. Oh, it has been an interesting experience. I managed to run straight into Sister Angela on the way to the temple. And Sister Catherine introduced me to Sister Margaret. Aha. Those two. Try not to let them rope you into any schemes. No, of course. They are both incredibly adept at sneaking around. Both of them have managed to scare me witless with their creeping. I am relieved that I'm not alone then. Indeed. Do you have any leads yet? Leads? Any idea who could have killed Catherine yet? Any hint at all? Anything to follow up on? No. That is a pity. Mother Superior, I have been out of my cell for all of 6 hours, if that. For much of that time I was ill, and then asleep, and then alone in a bathtub. What clues could you possibly expect me to have already? Did you really think someone would slip up and tell me over luncheon? No. I suppose I shouldn't have counted on anything quite so miraculous happening. She turned around and stepped towards the large window. Some thorny bushes were growing underneath, and a few trees dotted the path between the building and the garden. No, it's no goddamn good at all. Light and shadow Light and shadow danced across her habit as she paced back and forth slowly. I don't even know how Catherine died. I've heard some mournful whispers from the sisters I've met, but I haven't a clue as to what actually— oh, that's Hedwig, sorry. I don't even know how Catherine died. I'd heard some mournful whispers from the sisters I've met, but I haven't a clue as to what actually happened. When did she pass? How? Where is her body? Sister Catherine was found in the cloister on the first morning of November. She was laying on her back. It's the day after they talked! Oh my god, the day after they talked? She was laying on her back, with a sword plunged into the earth just above her. Her head had been cut off and arranged in her hands. Oh fuck! Cece picked up on that one! Oh my god! The sword from the title of the game, it cut off her head and arranged in her hands. Well done, Cece. It was ghoulish. So that's what was in the grass. I thought it was a crucifix. I had a feeling it was a sword. Yes. No one, least of all me, could bear to remove it. It's become something of a monument to Catherine, I suppose. Rather grim. A bloodied sword feels like an awful way to remember someone. You'll get no argument from me, but these women are strange sometimes. That would be true regardless of my suspicions. That said, the blade is actually clean. It was clean even when we found it. It was? Yes. Angela found the stable boy hiding in the yard without a speck of blood on him. But Sister Darcy discovered his cloak elsewhere. It was quite tarnished, and Angela surmised that he'd used it to wipe down the blade before attempting to flee. A sound theory at the time. I have my doubts now, though. Who found the body? Sister Charity, on one of her morning walks. The round woman you met at lunch. Don't call someone round! I don't mean it as an insult. Go up, thou bald one! that came up in her mind. What? What happened with Catherine's body? If you're hoping to play surgeon and examine her for clues, I'm afraid she's already been interred. I understand. This was actually a small relief. As determined as I was to find Catherine's killer and help bring them to justice, a dead body was the last thing I wanted to see. Where was she buried? The cemetery is a short hike from here, on the hill. I can have one of the sisters show you there, should you feel the need to visit. Say a few words. Not that you could have known her, I suppose. What a great idea. What if the murderer, since you don't believe it was the suspicious boy with the blood on his shirt, decides to off me as well? Perhaps while taking me on a pleasant hike, alone, up to this cemetery. I must say, it feels rather difficult involving myself with the others when you've directed me to spy on them. You make it sound so ugly. We are seeking justice. I had no choice in the matter. I'm sticking my neck out based on your intuition. Let's not fight about it. What's done is done. You are no longer an anchoress. You are free to do whatever you wish once the killer is captured. I was perfectly happy where I was. Don't be ridiculous. You might as well have been a prisoner. If that were so, I'd have been your prisoner. I really, truly do not want to fight about this. Yes, so you keep saying every time I question something. Stop giving me this insolence. Oh, she's going Mother Superior on her. By God, where is the awkward little titmouse who introduced herself to service this morning? She's standing in front of you, rather upset about the situation she's been thrust into. You are not but a bratty child, a woman, a member of our family, had her bloody head cut off, and all you can think about is your own comfort. These people are not my family. You least of all. I am your superior. I am your abbess. You are my charge, and you will do as I say. I have been as accommodating and kind as I possibly can in asking for your assistance, but make no mistake, I do not need to ask, nor will I in the future, if I require something of you. Vade ad fornicam opiger, et considera vias, eius, et disque sapentiam. None fight! Que cum non habeat ducem net preceptorum nec principem parat estate sibun sibit as congregat in messe quod comidat. I am neither ant nor sluggard, abbess. I will respect your wishes as my superior, but I am not a soldier awaiting commands. Are you surprised? I must admit, I surprised myself at this moment as well. They should mud wrestle for dominance. Oh my god. Maybe my humors were still off kilter. Maybe I was tired of feeling meek and embarrassed all morning. Y'all, perhaps I, free from my cell for the first time in many years, was trying out new behaviors to see how they fit me, the way one tries on a new cloak at the market. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something else. Do you think Darcy could have been right when she said this place was haunted? You got possessed for a moment? I am sorry. Once again, I am being unfair. Please try to understand. I have so much love for this place. These halls are my responsibility, and if it falls apart, I don't know what I'd do. If you truly believe the stable boy did not do it, I could so easily throw him to the wolves. Don't you see? I do not mean to throw you to them in his place. I mean to take the more difficult path here. I would rather stake my reputation on seeking the truth than condemn an innocent boy for my own gain. It would not be right. I understand. I could feel myself becoming smaller, meeker again, deflating like an empty water skin. If you want me to start truly investigating things, I need somewhere to start. I can't just hope to stumble into the answer. May I speak with the accused? Stable boy in the hospitalum. An obvious, but nonetheless excellent idea. I felt so trapped by my position leading the convent, despite this investigation ultimately being my responsibility. I didn't dare think of involving myself so directly, but you could speak with him. I will take you to the hospitalum. In secret, of course. I'll arrange a time and send for you under the pretense of more chronicler business. I would still pose my first question to you again, however. Think hard. Has anything stuck out to you as particularly unusual to you? I mean, everybody's fucking weird, for one, but everything is unusual to me. I was fighting back. Everything is unusual to me. I was fighting back tears now. Meek. Everything. Did Catherine tell you I barely made it down the stairs this morning? In my mind, I knew what stairs were, but I can't remember if I'd actually ever walked up or down any before today. It will take some time to adjust. I'm not sure if I will ever fully adjust. Have faith. If I could offer one small observation at least. If there's anything I find strange, if I could offer one small observation at least. If there's anything I find strange, it's how calm everyone seems. So you felt it too. I'm glad it was not just my own superstition. Everyone seems happy. Especially at luncheon, they were joking, laughing. I suppose I'd have no way of truly knowing, but the congregation certainly isn't behaving in the way I'd expect them to, knowing one of them just died. Had her head cut off, even. And her body, like, presented in the middle of the courtyard. It is odd, isn't it? Yes, I suppose. Your instincts weren't wrong in asking for my help. I changed the subject quickly. I did not want the superior to think I was happy with her choice and my situation. God forbid. Oh, a question. Is it true the hours are compressed here? A morning service and an evening office that encompasses every office? Yes. That is fairly standard in most monastic communities nowadays. Why didn't you tell me that? My cell wasn't far away. You knew how to use stairs. The bishop forbade it. Why? Because an anchorite's entire purpose is to do the things normal people cannot. She was right. I tensed and untensed my hands a few times, unsure what to do with myself. I was to bear burdens no one else was expected to, all alone in there. You thought otherwise. I don't know. I suppose I never really considered it. I just read scripture and theology all the time. I had an idea in my mind of what an abbey was supposed to look like, and I thought even if my role was different, everyone else's would at least be similar. Oh, was it the jazz again? Wanna play L.A. Noir? I've been meaning to play that for years. I need to learn X to Doubt. Maybe someday. The black and white? Yeah. I thought even if my role was different, everyone else's would at least be similar. Things are very different when you have responsibilities. The day-to-day tasks of earthly life, as much as the monastery reduces them to their basics, are still quite time-consuming. Animals must be tended to. The driving in that game is hilarious. Germa moment generator, oh boy. Animals must be tended to. Food must be grown and prepared. Work arises and must be done. Besides, you had your own work to do. You had books to copy, scripture to commit to memory, prayers for townsfolk to amplify, prayers for the townspeople to amplify. What? You were given written prayers to say for people. That was one of your core duties. I was given no such thing. Oh. Well, that's weird. Now is a very poor time for jokes. I am being completely serious. I have no idea what you're talking about. I copied books. I prayed the hours. I was never given anything else to pray for. Save the occasional visitor to the Hagioscope's prayers. She gave me a piercing, icy glare. Then, as if a set of strings holding her upright had been cut, she collapsed into her chair. I don't understand. We are very far away from the nearest village or town here. Nonetheless, we are here, and we serve the people of Linbarrow in their needs. Offer them help with their prayers. Of course. I would have happily done so if I'd received any. Because we're up on this hill. We're sent supplies from the village. Things we can't grow ourselves. Essentials. The occasional holiday luxuries and so on. She reached down to a drawer under her desk, pulling out 2 small cups and a carafe. She uncorked the container and poured some dark liquid into both. Oh, getting some wine? Wine. Drink up. She slid one of the cups towards me with her own. I took it gingerly. I had, of course, had wine before, but this smelled different. This is nicer than anything you've had brought to you, I'd wager. One of the aforementioned occasional luxuries. I just saw Urian post these mods that yassifies her. No! No! Drink it. Please. I'm glad you also thought it was a blasphemy. I braved a sip. She was right, it was different. For one thing, it was quite strong. The superior took a big swig of hers and continued. When you were brought here and made to take the vows, one of the first things that crossed my mind was how inconvenient it would be to expect the people of the village to trek up here every time they needed spiritual aid. Oh no. I don't know if I should thank you when I see it. I guess you'll find out. Why, it'd be positively cruel to make children walk all the way to the Anchoress themselves. Old men with walking sticks. You get the picture. And since we are all the way up here on this lonely hill, I thought, why? I know what would make things easier. I offered the townsfolk a simple idea. They're an educated sort down there, you see. Not like us, or, well... She waved her cup towards the door. More than them. So I told the people to write their prayers down. Give them to the young man who brings our supplies. We'll sort through them and pass them on to the Anchoress here. And did they? I saw the envelopes, yes. Many times. I don't understand. The abbess took a final pull from her cup and slammed it back onto the desk. Catherine handled the delivered prayers? That's spicy. That's why she visited so many times and she never gave them over? Why could that be? Giving those letters to you was Catherine's responsibility. You're right, Daedalus. You called it. Ooh. What does this mean? Ooh. That seems like a good place to stop on a zinger. Catherine never gave me the stuff. The prayers. Wah! Oop. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna save. Where else are you gonna get all the secrets of the people? Ooh. Quick save complete. Okay. Ooh, spicy. All right. So that'll be all for now. I could be back tomorrow afternoon before Rowan's stream, maybe. I'll see how I feel, what ends up happening. I'll probably play more Misericorde, so more NUN gaming, yay! Let's see. Got Owlin as usual. I highly doubt anybody is playing Misericorde, but I guess I could look. If they are, they're probably further than me. Yep, it's just me. Yeah, even though we've raided Rowan a whole bunch, let's do it again. Owlin a whole bunch, even though we've raided Owlin a whole bunch. Alan's actually playing FF7 Rebirth, so we were just talking about that, kinda. You don't stream Mondays. I could have sworn. I guess, oh yeah, because that was my Deltarune day. I don't know, I need to eat, obviously. I'm like... That's right, that's right. Okay, I'll probably be back tomorrow evening. With more NUN. Probably. Alright. Going out. Raid going out. Alright. Thank you guys very much. And have a very NUN night. Night! This was fun. I'm glad we got the technical difficulties sorted out. Night!